Welcome, everybody. It's good to see some new and familiar faces. My name is Dallas Hall DeFries. I work with Sustainable Northwest. My family also owns a ranch out of Baker County. And yeah, we're just really excited to have you all here, the second annual Northeast Oregon Rangeland Summit. What a treat. And I think we have like a third more people registered this year than we did last year. So we're hoping that this event is going to just continue to grow. And we have some, you all can't tell, but we do have some online participants today. So they're on here, and when you registered, you might have heard we are recording this. So if there's any aspect of today that you want to revisit, we will send the recording out to you. If I do anything embarrassing and you need to feel better about yourself, feel free to go back and watch that, use it for whatever you want. So today I'm just going to be your MC, kind of run a show, keep things moving and timely, hopefully. And just a few housekeeping things before we get started. Obviously, great refreshments over here. Feel free to get up, walk over there, help yourself whenever you want to. Restrooms are out in the lobby. We have a little interactive station over here. If you need to get up and walk around and color for a little while, you can go color over there, whatever you want to do. What else? I think, didn't I say that restrooms are in the lobby? I'll tell you again, restrooms are in the lobby. Don't do, whatever you do, don't go to the bathroom in here, okay? That'll cause a lot of issues. So, yeah, I think just to kind of keep the day going, we're here. The reason we started this Rangeland Summit was just we felt like Northeast Oregon deserved it. We have a lot of really great ranchers here. We have a lot of really good resources here. And we kind of have a unique place in the world where we want to figure out, what we're doing right, what we can work on, learn from one another, and start building a community around that. So we have a lot of knowledge in this room. There's going to be a lot of great presentations and speakers up here today, but we don't want to discount that a lot of you sitting out there also have great knowledge that we want to hear about. So another thing, we want to continue to make this really relevant. So there are little pieces of paper on each of the tables. So if there are topics that you really want to hear about in future Rangeland Summits, please write that down at lunchtime. Will Price, raise your hand, is going to be holding a box. Put your suggestions in the box, and then you will be eligible for a really nice raffle basket at the end of the day, but you have to be present to get the basket. So stick around for that. Agendas are in the pamphlets on your book as well, so you can see kind of what the agenda is going to look like throughout the day. And yeah, I think the next part that we wanted to do, we did this last year, which I thought was really fun, was just a raise of hands of who we have in the room. So first of all, let's do a little geography here. Who is from Union County? Nice. What about Umatilla? Nice. Baker County? Nice job, Baker County. Grant County. Good for you. Thanks for driving over here. Let's see, I know we got a couple from Gillum. Where's my Gillum folks? I know we got somebody from South Dakota. Raise your hand, Luke. Anybody that I'm missing? Wallowa County. Sorry, Wallowa County. You guys never get forgotten. Everybody always talks about Wallowa County. Sorry. Okay, well, welcome all of you. We're so excited that you're here. And the other thing I want to do is who are the ranchers in the room? Ranchers and farmers, raise your hands. Great. Oh, I'm so happy to see that. Agency folks, state agency folk. Great. Nonprofits. Fantastic. Federal agency people. Nice. Okay, we got a good diverse group. This is great. This is what we want. We want conversation happening between these groups so we can get more work done on the ground. So really happy that you're all here. I think next I'm going to introduce our keynote speaker. So many of you probably know Chad Boyd. Come on up. Chad is a rangeland ecologist. He is currently the research leader for the Agricultural Research Service at the Eastern Oregon Agricultural Research Center in Burns, Oregon. I guess I forgot Harnett County too. We got some Harnett County folks. With a background in both range and wildlife ecology, he uses science as a tool to help shed light on topical management challenges, bridging rangeland agricultural production and management of natural resources. He is also involved in threat-based strategic conservation of sagebrush rangelands at local, regional, and biome levels, and work with a diverse array of partners developing ecologically based decision support systems for rangeland managers and decision makers. Outside of work, Chad enjoys spending time with his family, anything outdoor related, and writing songs and playing his guitar. Welcome, Chad.
All right, thank you for that, Dallas. I appreciate it. And the pointer is right here. It's an honor to be here today. I'm with the Eastern Oregon Ag Research Center. We consist of the Ag Research Service. We also have, we're co-located actually with Oregon State University and also the Nature Conservancy. And our mission is to put together the science that helps to enable sound land and livestock management decisions for current and future generations. So anytime I get to talk to a group of folks that manage ground, it's an honor to be here. You're the people that we serve. So I appreciate the invite. By the way, can you hear me okay? Okay. Okay, so we're going to talk today about sustaining tradition by looking to the future, empowering the next generation of rangeland stewards. And just kind of a preview, I'm going to spend a lot of time in the country that I know best, which is the sagebrush biome. But most of what I say, especially when we get to strategic management, is going to apply to really any large rangeland management challenge that we have. And to kind of give you an idea of where we're headed today, I'm going to cover three general themes. The first of which is going to be historic rangeland challenges. And we're going to talk mainly about the sagebrush biome, a little bit of emphasis on the Great Basin area, but we've also got a wild card in there that I'm going to start out with. And secondly, we're going to talk about contemporary rangeland management challenges. And then we're going to end up with a discussion on strategic rangeland management and how we can use that to help meet current and future rangeland challenges and empower those future rangeland stewards. So I'm going to start out today with rangeland challenges, but I'm going to start out where I started out. And there's one other person in this room who started out in this area too, and that's David Boner. We were both born in the same hospital in Fredericksburg, Texas. And I'm lead on the federal side of the Eastern Oregon Ag Research Center. David's lead on the state side. What are the odds? But yeah, so this is where it started for me. This is Heritage Ranch. And Heritage Ranch was started in the 1880s when Gottlieb Brandenberger, my great-great-grandfather, bought it from the railroad in Mason County, Texas. And we've had multiple generations on the ranch. I'm going to tell you a little bit about those folks today and some of the challenges that they faced. It's a mixed grass prairie environment. It's always 2 weeks away from drought. We get about 18 inches of precip a year, but it's pretty crazy variable. Yeah, mixed grass prairie environment. We're starting to get a lot more shrubs and trees that are moving into the picture as we've seen some changes in fire regime. I'll tell you a little bit about the cast of characters at Heritage Ranch and kind of throughout its history. Again, it started in 1880 with Gottlieb Brandenberger. He came over from Bern, Switzerland, purchased it from the railroad. And this was the second generation on the ranch, his son, James Brandenberger. And this is James on the square in Mason County, Texas, with one of his longhorn steers that came in for fair. This is my mom. She would be the fourth generation on the ranch. I'm kind of skipping around generations here. She's fourth generation. You can see on the left, she's getting my brother and I lined out at the loading chute, giving us instructions. She's pretty good at that. On the right, she and my youngest son are inspecting a rattlesnake that she just dispatched with her beloved 410. And mom always says every time she shoots a rattlesnake, I only shoot them around the house. But the boundaries of what that means have basically been expanded to the perimeter fence of the ranch. And this is mom with her ever-present iced tea and my two boys. And they would be the sixth generation of Heritage Ranch. And it's interesting the challenges that the different generations have faced through time and how different they are. So if we go back to the 1880, when Gottlieb bought the ranch, his biggest challenge was ranch security. And ranch security was a problem on a number of fronts. It was the end of what's called the Hoodoo Wars, which is when Confederate sympathizers after the Civil War decided the Germans didn't do enough in the Civil War, so they were going to lynch them all. He had that to deal with, and so did his son James, by the way. That lasted into the early 1900s. We also had cross-border participants in ranch security, folks coming up from Mexico that wanted cattle and didn't want to pay for them. We also had forage security issues because in this day and age, Gottlieb ran on the base property, but nothing was fenced. And so he ran on a much larger common area that was actually owned by the railroad, but so did a whole bunch of other people. So forage security was a huge issue for Gottlieb, making sure that he had enough forage to get his cattle through the year and that nobody made off with his cattle. Kind of continuing with that theme, as we got into the latter 1800s, his son James's biggest challenge was branding mavericks. So they ran in common open range situation. And when you do that, and when you have a year-round calving season, there was no defined calving season. It's warm enough, they just calve year-round. Still do to this day, a lot of people do. And so the challenge was to get out there and get your brand on your calf before somebody else got their brand on your calf. And so we spent a lot of time doing that. But as we got into the 1900s, it changed again. And what changed was screwworms. Screwworms came along, and long story short, if you didn't get to a calf within about 24 hours and get that navel dipped in iodine, that calf was probably going to get screwworms, and if it got screwworms, it was probably going to die. So that not only changed day-to-day activities, it changed how they ranched, because the big open common areas didn't work anymore. You needed to be closer to your calves, particularly if you didn't have a defined calving season. So the ranch was fenced. And it really changed the way that it really changed their business model. In the 1950s, my mom's generation, she and her dad my grandfather spent a lot of time burning prickly pear because of the drought of the 1950s. It was a biblical level drought. Nobody had ever seen anything like it in memory. And the old timers had told my grandfather, don't get rid of your prickly pear cactus because you might need it if we get a drought. And so what they do is we call them pear burners, propane burners, weed burners, go around and burn all the spines off the cactus. And that's what got their cattle through the 1950s. And he was one of the few operators in that area who didn't significantly destock or get out of the business in the 1950s. We skip forward in time to the present. There's still an operation. Mom's still operating on the ranch with my brother. They have cow-calf operation. But thinking about the present and going into the future, the ranch that my kids and my brother's kids will inherit, very different challenges. Fortunately and unfortunately, this is a pretty part of the world. It's got a lot of clear limestone creeks. A lot of people from the West Coast, California area also think it's a pretty cool part of the world. And they've come in and they've started wineries. They've started growing grapes. They've started subdivisions. And it's not all people from California, but we have seen a mass migration in of folks from out of the area. This has become the Jackson Hole of Texas. And the biggest challenge that ranchers face today is how much their land's worth and what's going to happen in that generational transition. You've got instant multimillionaires on your hand, or you've got a family cow-calf operation. And that's causing a lot of ranches to split up. And the ones that stay together, and ours has stayed together, our piece of the ranch that Gottlieb once had, which was much larger, our pieces stay together, but land taxes and the associated land values are a problem. We can get ag exemptions, but the buildings, the houses that are on the property are worth way more than they used to be. So that's a battle that my kids are going to have to fight. It's a battle we're fighting right now. So dramatic change over time in the challenges faced on these rangelands. I want to kind of do the same thing with the sagebrush biome. I want to focus on the Great Basin area, and I want to take you back to about 1850. And the initial impressions of the Southeast Oregon portion of the sagebrush biome were not uniformly favorable. This is from Hines in 1851. Somewhere in southeast Malheur County, he was traveling through, and he noted that this was God-forsaken country that was never meant to be the habitation of a Christian or civilized man. But we know different. We know it is a place where we raise our families, we make a living, we recreate. We're happy to be here. So that's one thing that's changed a lot since the 1850s. But in that period between 1850 and 1900, we saw some dramatic changes to this part of the world. And it started with the influx of agriculture. And actually, it started one step before that. It started with mining, because mining brought people, and people eat. And people needed something to eat. So we began to see the development of a livestock enterprise to feed the growing population in this part of the world. And the initial challenges faced by those producers were probably very similar to my great-great-grandfathers. Forage security, they were running in common. Get there first, get the forage. It was an atmosphere of getting what you could while you can. And that created some disturbance. We saw some, and if you ever want the history of the kind of the Great Basin area and ranching, I encourage you to read Cattle in the Cold Desert, written by Jim Young. A fantastic chronology of the history of this part of the world. But we saw some overuse of the resource in this tragedy of the commons as it has become to be known. And in 1862, we saw another change. We saw the Homestead Act. And you could come west, get your 160 acres and make a living, until people figured out that 160 acres doesn't necessarily buy a living in the sagebrush biome. So that didn't go so well, and ended up in a lot of disturbed ground. And so the bottom line is that we had a lot of disturbance in this area, and the area was primed for invasive species. Hold that thought for a second. Okay, in 1869, the Transcontinental Railroad was completed. That is one of the biggest changes to this, that precipitated some of the biggest change in the sagebrush biome. And I say that because this allowed us to transport what I would call agents of change, people, equipment, supplies to feed that growing population. It allows us to transport all of those goods and services at a really high rate of speed. And from a rangeland ecologist perspective, I look at the Transcontinental Railroad as the first high-speed weed vector in the western United States, because it allowed us to get those seeds in. And we got inoculated. We got inoculated in the 1800s, the latter part of the 1800s, with cheatgrass. It was actually first found in Colorado. And later in the latter part of the 1890s was found in the Pacific Northwest, both in British Columbia and Spencer's Bridge, British Columbia. Then in Ritzville, Washington was the first location in the US. And it took off. Okay, and it began to create a new management challenge. And the attitude in the early 1900s towards that new management challenge of this spreading annual grass called cheatgrass, this invasive species, was kind of one of denial in the early 1900s. I've got a quote up there from a bulletin that was being sent to potential settlers east of here, and encouraging folks to come to the Columbia Basin, where they were beginning to see the emergence of this annual grass problem. And in the pamphlet, it said, another class of vegetation, no less nutritious, has succeeded. And it was talking about the replacement of perennial vegetation with annual vegetation. So we were kind of in denial at this point. That changed pretty rapidly as we got into the 1900s. From 1900 to 1950, it began to be looked at as a preeminent management challenge. There was an ag bulletin that came out in 1914, Washington State University, that noted that thousands of acres are being taken by this cheat, quote unquote. Everyone is alive to the seriousness of the problem. And then Aldo Leopold in 1941 in Sand County Almanac noted that one simply woke up one fine spring to find the range dominated by a new weed. So a serious problem in that 1900 to 1950 period. But we also saw, I think, some positive things take place in that same time period. We began to think about, how do we regulate grazing in a more manageable way on public rangelands, and that resulted in passage of the Taylor Grazing Act, which created what was then, I believe, the Federal Grazing Service, would later become the BLM. We also saw the emergence of my profession, range management and science. And we began to take the principles of plant succession and the ecological principles of plant succession and ask, how do these work in a management environment? And how can we use that knowledge to get from where we're at to where we want to be? We also saw the emergence of agronomic tools on rangelands. The seed drills that we have today started out as grain drills, right? Row crop agriculture. People started putting bigger tires on them, sticking chains behind them. And we saw a new set of tools that allowed us to do rangeland restoration. And during this time, by about 1950, cheatgrass, and later to become cheatgrass, Medusa head ventonata, and others, reached kind of the maximum extent of its range. It's continued to infill within that range, but we kind of hit the outer boundaries of its current day range, although we're now seeing an upward migration of cheatgrass and elevation. And we saw the consequences begin to emerge of this annual grass challenge. The annual grass fire cycle, more annual grasses we have, the more fire we have, the more fire we have, the more annual grasses we get, because they do so well in that post-fire environment. This impacted our native plant populations, native wildlife, saw degradation of soil and water resources in this annual grass, cheatgrass wildfire fire cycle, and increasing fire frequency and size. Okay, so that's where we were up until about 1950. So what does the contemporary biome look like, and how is it changing? That's a question that we asked in the early 2020s. And when I say we, it was a group, it was an alphabet soup of federal agency folks, university folks, and land managers that got together to answer two questions. And the first question is, how is the biome changing? And the second question is, if it is changing, why is it changing? What's driving that change? And so to answer the first question, we got together with some folks who are really good at geospatial technologies, and they use satellite data to look at changes in vegetation for the last 20 years. That part's key. We only looked at the last 20 years in the biome, not since 1850s, but the last 20 years. So they reconstructed how plant communities have changed using satellite data. And we put areas in 1 to 3 buckets. And one bucket was core habitat. Those are the areas that are largely intact, got good perennial understory, got our sagebrush overstory. The second bucket was what we call growth opportunity areas. These are areas that aren't quite intact, but we think we can get them there. They're pretty close. And the third area was other rangelands. Other rangelands is going to be things like annual grass monocultures. And we asked the question, how have those buckets changed over time in the last 20 years? And this is what we found. The dark blue is the core areas, the light blue is the growth areas, the tan is the other areas, and think annual grass rangeland. What we've seen is loss of about 1.3 million acres a year. This is in a 200 million acre biome. 1.3 million acres a year being lost from our core and growth areas as they transition to other rangelands. Okay, that's pretty scary. Why is that? What's driving that change? Okay, and here you can see the graph on the right. This is what's driving it. 69% of that 1.3 million acres that's transitioning to other rangelands every year is annual grasses. And this is throughout the sagebrush biome. Another 18% is conifer encroachment. So what we have here is an ecosystem challenge. And the graph behind me is why. The problems that we're seeing are ecosystem related. Look at, to make that point, human modification. Only about 3% of the loss of good sagebrush habitat in the last 20 years has anything to do with direct human modification. This is an ecosystem problem. And that really strikes me, because imagine for a second, do a little thought experiment with me, if this same crew of scientists and managers found a time machine and we transported back to 1900 and we did this same exercise, how would that graph look? From 1880 to 1900, we'd probably see it flip-flop. We would see human modification probably more along the lines of the amount of change that's being caused today by annual grasses. But that's not the world that we live in. We've got to manage for the world that we live in. And the world we live in, it's not human modification, it's ecosystem problems being led by annual grasses. And this is just a shot of the 11-state sagebrush biome. Areas that have red have a presence of cheatgrass. So The annual grasses invasive annual grasses are present across almost all of the biome, and over 25% have what we would call a significant presence, more than 15% ground cover of invasive annuals. And we are definitely seeing the effects of that. This is a map of fire in 2024, worst fire year in Oregon history. We had fires in forests, we had fires on rangeland. Actually, when you look at the data, the majority of the area that burned in 2024 was on sagebrush rangeland, even though we also had very significant activity in the forest and a lot of loss in the forest as well. But I don't think this is independent of what we're seeing with respect to annual grasses. We're increasing pine fuel. Fire has to eat, and the more continuous its buffet, the more it's going to spread across that landscape. So we're seeing the consequences of this play out in real time, unfortunately. Another contemporary major management challenge on rangelands. Now, some of you may be thinking, hang on a second, he hasn't said anything about sage grouse yet. And sage grouse are kind of the lens through which we do conservation and management on rangelands today. You know, we have sage grouse, they're built into the rangeland health standards, and it's a thing, right? We have to manage for sage grouse. I would argue that I've been talking about sage grouse for about the last 5 minutes, and here's why. I won't spend much time on this. When I think about sage grouse, I go back to the old fable of the goose and the golden egg, right? So farmer and his wife have a goose that lays golden eggs, and they get the bright idea one day that they're going to kill this thing, they're going to gut it, and they're going to get all of the golden eggs. Well, that idea quickly turned to post-mortem despair when they realized that absent the goose, there would be no more golden eggs, okay? So if we take that idea and rearrange it mathematically, wherein geese divided by golden eggs are equal in proportion to X over sage grouse, and we solve for X, what do we get? We get functional ecosystems. I've been talking about sage grouse, okay? So in other words, the goose was the golden egg as functional ecosystems are to sage grouse. What's the biggest problem that we have in maintaining functional sagebrush ecosystems? It's annual grasses. Okay, so I've been talking a lot about what's wrong. A brief word about some things that I think we've done right. I'm not trying to rain on our efforts to deal with annual grasses from a management standpoint, and those efforts have been significant over time, okay? They've been significant over time, and I can't imagine how much ground we would have lost to annual grasses were it not for those efforts. The point I want to make is even with those efforts, we're still losing 1.3 million acres a year. About 70% of that loss is associated with annual grasses. That's too much. It's a 200 million acre biome. In 75 years, we'll have about half of the remaining good sagebrush habitat that we have today. That's the half-life of the biome, if you want to think of it that way. So the bottom line is, despite everything that we've done, we need to do something different. We need to think differently about where we're headed with respect to annual grasses as a preeminent management challenge, because if we don't, in the words of Lao Tzu, if you do not change directions, you might end up where you're headed. And where we're heading is not a good place. So the question that I want to kind of wind up with today is this. How do we empower the next generation of rangeland stewards to engage complex rangeland management challenges at very large spatial scales? Complex rangeland management challenges like annual grasses, but certainly not limited to annual grasses, given the changing nature of the challenges that we have to deal with as rangeland stewards. And we've tried bigger, better, faster. We can look to things like the Vail Project. We did the Vail Project and impacted very large areas. We've done, in a more contemporaneous sense, some of the efforts in Lake County to deal with conifer expansion took place over huge spatial scales. So we've kind of tried the bigger, better, faster. We've built better seed drills over time, but we're still losing that 1.3 million acres. So what needs to change? And the thing that I want to throw out that I think could make a difference that we haven't yet done at really large spatial scales because we haven't had the technology to, is this idea of strategic management. And strategic management, occurs at two levels, the way that I'm going to talk about it today. And this is kind of level one. This is the 60,000 foot level. And at the 60,000 foot level, we need to recognize that complex rangeland challenges like annual grasses, they're all going to have three components that we're going to have to deal with. And one of those components is, let's just start with social capacity. Social capacity means that we have the willpower to think, act, and put resources towards a problem. And this particularly applies when we're dealing with mixed ownership landscapes, right? Or where we've got government managed land intermixed with private land. We got to have the social capacity to buy in to attack a challenge. We also have to have conducive administrative conditions. And that means multiple things. It starts with money. Do we have the money to implement the change that we're trying to realize? On public lands, it's also going to mean, do we have the clearances to do that? Do we have NEPA done? So do we have the proper administrative conditions in place? And the third is what I call the ecological circle. And we want to be working in ecologically important places, places that matter, places that are strategic, and more on that in just a moment. But this is also the realm of where range science, what I do for a living, fits in. So every large rangeland management challenge is going to have these three components, and it's important to recognize which components need to be fixed and which we're going to work on first. Okay, more on that in a moment. The second level is to go down from 60,000 feet to the 10,000 foot scale that we actually manage at. And I want to use the ecological importance circle to illustrate what this actually looks like, the idea of strategic management looks like on the ground. And to do that, I'm going to use the Cow Valley Fire in 2024. In 2024, a lot of us at the research station spent a lot of time working with a lot of people trying to put rangelands back together again in a post-fire environment. And we realized pretty quick that we needed to think strategically. There were too many people with too many needs and too few resources to do otherwise. And so we came up with this idea of how do we make the decision space smaller? And the way we do that is we take a fire like the Cow Valley Fire that was 130,000 acres, and we break it into 5 management categories, 2 of which I'm not going to talk about a whole lot. I'm not going to talk about anchor very much because anchor are those areas that that we think are going to come through the fire just fine. We're not worried about annual grasses increasing. Think really high elevation rangeland. The monitor category on the bottom, those are areas where we can't figure out what's going on. We need to go to the field and get more information. The 3 categories I want to talk about are maintain, improve, and contain. Okay. So the maintain areas, again, we're making this big fire smaller by breaking it up into subunits. The maintain areas are areas that were good before the fire, and we think we can keep them good after the fire. These are the areas where we're going to do things, and when I say good before the fire, they had a solid plant community composition that was not dominated by animals. These are perennial dominated areas before the fire. So what we're going to do after the fire in those areas, we're going to do things like early detection and rapid response. Try to find those emerging weed populations and get on them with treatments like herbicide, either contact herbicides, in some cases pre-emergent herbicides. Maybe seed a few perennials where needed. But these are good areas. We want to keep them good. The second category is the improved category. And the way I think about the improved category is we had enough animals before the fire to worry about, but we had enough perennials to have hope. Okay, so we think we can gain some ground and fix these areas, but it's going to require more active management than just simply than the treatments we're going to do in the maintain area. This is where we're going to do things like put seed in the ground at large scales. Okay? Those are our improved areas. And this is a little different than with the way we do business a lot of times, because a lot of times people don't get into rangeland science for money. You're not going to get rich. You get in it because you care about the resource. And a lot of times we see problems, run to problems, and want to fix problems. That's all well and good. But when you have limited resources, you have to discriminate on which problems you're going to attack, and you got to know why. You got to be smart. I use the 401k analogy. If we invested our 401ks the way we do annual grass management a lot of times, we would look for companies that weren't doing well, had a history of not doing well, and may not do well in the future, and that's where we put our money. We can't do that because we have limited resources and we're never going to retire. Same with annual grass management. If we put a treatment, if we put seed in the ground, for example, we need to have a reasonable expectation that that seed's going to do what we want it to do. So our improve areas were fairly good before the fire, enough perennials to have hope, but we're also looking for those higher elevation, cooler sites where we have a reasonable shot at success with restorative practices. Okay? That's really important, those two components. And the third category is contained. These are, think, annual grass monocultures, areas that were screwed up before the fire, they're going to be screwed up after the fire. And these are typically our lower elevation, warm, dry sites, but we're probably not going to be able to have much of a reasonable expectation of success with restoration. Okay? If we did have a reasonable expectation of restoration success, that would be an improved area, not a contained area. So those are the three basic management categories. This is different than than how we think and fund and act. For example, if you were to go out and say, I want to get grant funds to proactively invest in a maintain area to make sure that it stays good, what are your odds on getting those funds versus if you are going to an area that is already broken with respect to annual grasses and you want to put seed in the ground? That's typically the way that we fund. It's hard to find funding to keep the good. So that's one way that the strategic approach to how we allocate our restoration portfolio, or the money that we have to allocate, one way that we differ from the kind of the current funding model. There's another difference that's beginning to emerge that some of the people in this room are involved in, and it has to do with sage-grouse habitat mitigation and carbon. Okay, I'm not supposed to talk about policy as a USDA employee, but I can talk about the science that surrounds policy. And kind of the way that we, for example, do sage-grouse mitigation is if we have a development over here, and we need to offset that development burden, we're going to go to a landowner or an entity and say, take this ground that's broken, make it better, and that's going to offset the development of this habitat over here. Okay. In doing that, we're not necessarily funding the highest probability of success. Using a strategic approach, what you might envision is we have development over here. Let's go find a rancher or a ranching family that has been doing things right for 5 generations and empower them to keep doing things right for 5 more generations. In other words, let's keep the good good. And the reason I'm harping on this is what's the first rule of getting out of a hole? You got to quit digging, right? And the basic problem we have with annual grasses in the sagebrush biome is we're losing 1.3 million acres a year of good and pretty good habitat. Until we plug that leak and quit digging, we're not going to restore our way out of the problem that we have. We have to focus first on maintaining what we have, plugging the leak, and then, yes, let's bring in restoration resources and let's help to fix that problem. So this is a preeminent challenge that our future rangeland managers are going to have to struggle with. And it's the basic question of, in our limited restoration portfolio of resources, how much of those resources do we put towards keeping the good good? How much of those resources do we put towards fixing things that are already broken? It's a good question and one that we should struggle with. Okay, so everything I just talked about comes back to 3 simple questions. I always like to take it back to questions. And the questions in order, I've got them listed across the top, but they're basically what was there before the fire? What is the likelihood of annual grass invasion? Or put another way, what's the likelihood of restoration success? Because those 2 things are directly related. And the third question is, how did the fire affect the area? Okay. Those are the 3 questions we use to do strategic conservation in the post-fire environment. The really cool thing is that we have geospatial technologies that allow us to do this at really large spatial scales. In this case, the 130,000 acre Cow Valley fire. And these are all publicly available, okay? But we use what's called the eco-state model to look at pre-fire plant condition. How invasible is it, / how hard is it going to be to restore? We use what's called the heat load elevation index that ranks sites from cool and moist to warm and dry at whatever scale you choose. How did the fire impact the area? We use what's called the burned area reflectance data. And using these And that's just simply a measure of how hot the fire burned, what was the likely impact on plants that it had across its fire footprint. So using these 3 layers, we can quickly classify, in this case, the Cow Valley fire. It took us about an hour and a half to put it into management categories that would help us to strategically think about how we want to make our post-fire investments. We can scale that down too. This is Bill Moore. Is Bill here today? Okay, Bill's from Malheur County. He had a property, this is his property in the Cow Valley fire outlined in black. And this is us at the horse kitchen table going over his plan. But we were able to take those same concepts of maintain, improve, and contain and apply them to Bill's landscape. So this is his management plan for his chunk of area that burned in the Cow Valley fire. And he was able to take that plan, turn around, apply for grant funding, cost share funding to help him get restarted following the fire. So it's a scalable idea. This idea of maintain, improve, contain, whether you're dealing with a whole fire or an individual landowner. Okay, so that's kind of the ecological importance piece. That's the science piece. That's how we strategically manage from a science standpoint. But what about the social and administrative conditions? How do they fit in? To illustrate how they fit in and why they're important, I want to take an example, and I'm a scientist, I go with what I know. I'm going to take an example from kind of this circle here. And I'm going to ask the question, what do we know about strategic grazing and fine fuels from a science standpoint? Then we'll talk about how social and administrative conditions might be limiting our ability to put that knowledge into play. So here's what we know. We know everything I'm going to say has been published. And I'm just focusing on the research that's been published from our unit, not even talking about research that's in the broader literature out there. We know that more fine fuels mean easier fire ignition and faster rate of fire spread. We published it, and anybody who's fought fire knows that without publishing it. More fine fuels equal increased fire behavior. You're going to get hotter fires that move faster. That's been published. More fine fuels with that increased fire behavior mean you're going to have increased perennial bunchgrass mortality. Published. The more perennial bunchgrass mortality you get, the more annuals you're going to have that come into that plant community after the fire. We've published that. We also used some geospatial, some satellite data, working with the University of Montana to show that the major driver of large wildfires in the Great Basin is the previous 2 years accumulation of fine fuels. Yeah? That's significant. Turns out we can actually map those fuel accumulations across the scale of the Great Basin, and we can look for within a year, and this map is currently up on the Rangeland analysis platform. I should put a link up here. Our forecast for next year. We know where the dangerous fuel accumulations are. We can draw polygons around those, put virtual fence collars on cattle, stick them in the polygons, and strategically manage fine fuel accumulations in really large landscapes. We've done that. We've published it. We're about to publish it again. So does that mean that everybody who's a rancher in here is using virtual fence technology to strategically graze fine fuels? Probably not. Why is that? It's because science is only one piece of the puzzle. There are also social factors and administrative conditions. And on the social side, not all producers are going to want to have a satellite device on their cattle, and that's okay. That they're their cattle, right? So there's this social buy-in aspect. There's the willingness of the producer to change operations. We did a workshop at Oregon Cattlemen's years ago, and we looked at barriers to off-season fine fuels management. At the end of the season, we got too many fine fuels. What can we do to get cattle in there to help reduce those? And the producers there identified a number of problems. For example, if BLM calls and says, can you get 200 head out to the spot on the map in 2 weeks, and it's November, which cows are you going to put out there? You're going to put pregnant cows out there? What's that going to do to reproductive performance? How about supplementation? You're on dry feed. You're going to have to supplement. Where's that coming from? Producers run 12-month-a-year operations. And so when you ask a producer to do something different in the middle of that 12-month cycle, that can be a problem. And there's also issues like data management. Who owns the data that's coming off of these virtual fence collars? There's also administrative conditions that have to be right to use this technology-based approach to fine fuels management. The first and foremost one is cost. Virtual fencing systems are not free, so you've got to get the cost piece figured out. And we do have funding models that are beginning to develop. I was talking to Dallas about that earlier this morning to help offset those costs, but also flexibility in terms of the terms and conditions of the permit. If we're going to graze in November and you're permitted to run through August, what do? Do you have a new temporary non-renewable permit, or can this be looked at as a tool for fuels management that's covered under NEPA? Don't know the answer to that. So my point here is that all three of these circles interact to define what we should do next on rangelands, okay? And they interact in a couple of key ways. First off, they allow us to figure out what the problem is. In other words, if we've got all of the science, right now, probably what we don't need most is another study on fine fuels management and virtual fencing. I say that as a researcher. Are there nooks and crannies that we can continue to explore from a research standpoint? Sure. But in terms of what I just threw out, strategic management using virtual fencing of these fine fuels, what we really need is to make sure that we've got our social capacity and our administrative conditions in place. Okay, so that tells us where we need to spend our precious time, our limited time. Our time is a resource, right? Our limited resource needs to be spent in those two circles if we're going to see that technology get put on the ground. Okay? And when all three of these come together, when you've got social capacity, conducive administrative conditions, we're working in ecologically important areas, we know what's going on under the hood from a science standpoint. When all three of those overlap, those are areas that we call conservation ready. And I need to credit Katie Wolstein and Dustin Johnson for coming up with this concept, driving back from the Cow Valley fire in a pickup one day. But we can actually map all of these, and we've done this with groups in Southeast Oregon. Where do these conditions exist on the landscape? Because where they overlap right now, that's where we can go tomorrow and do meaningful work on the ground that is strategic. Okay, so just to wind things up here, a couple of take-homes for you. And the first is that our challenges in terms of rangeland stewardship have changed over time, and they're going to continue to change over time. If my kids run Heritage Ranch one day on the premise that ranch security, Governor Brandenburger's major challenge in the 1880 is what they need to worry about, they're going to have a serious tax problem. Okay? If we manage based on what we have, we risk losing what we have, and that's a message that I try to impart to them and their cousins who are going to inherit that ranch one day. The second thing I want to leave you with is that we live in a world of complex rangeland challenges. I've been focusing on annual grasses. Annual grasses aren't the only challenge out there. And in addressing these really large-scale, complex management challenges, we always have limited resources. And strategic thinking should be mandatory when we're looking at these problems. It's the thing that we haven't done well, that my profession hasn't done well in the past, and being discriminatory. No, we're not going to work here. We're going to keep the good, and we're going to put those restoration resources here where we think we have success, not over here where we've got simply a bigger problem. Strategic thinking is mandatory. And the really cool thing about this, and the third point I want to leave you with, is that we have geospatial technologies that are allowing us to do that. That's not my field. I'm not a geotech person, but I'm starting to hang around with more and more of them because they allow us to take some simple ideas and put them in play at scales that the problems actually occur at. And I really think that in association with some of these emerging geospatial technologies. And by the way, I couldn't have given this presentation 5 years ago because the technologies that I talked about weren't at the point where they were ready to do what we do, right? So I see this as kind of the superpower of the next generation of rangeland stewards, strategic thinking, large spatial scales, aided by the geospatial technologies that we have coming out today. With that, I'd be happy to take any questions or comments that you might have. Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'm Jim Carney, and I'm the current president of Baker County Livestock Association, which is part of Oregon Cattlemen's Association. I think I saw John Williams, this is my contemporary in Wallowa County here. Anyway, one of the issues we've been pushing for and getting some recent cooperation with Forest Service is dealing with bacon grazing permits, both BLM and Forest Service. And with the issue, get more cattle out there eating the grass. Of course, that's good for cattlemen, cattle people. But it's also good for fuels reduction. So is that part of the strategy, like you talked about, specific time frame, get your cattle right there in November, whatever, yeah, that time of the year. But during the grazing season, if we can deal with those, get cattle out there, eat the grass down and try to help out and try to work with those agencies to make that work and try to improve it. That's my first question. I'll get back in a second.
Okay, so let's run that through our three circles here on the conservation readiness framework. From the ecological side, I had a slide on that. We can tell you where the fine fuels are, where the dangerous accumulations are. I think that box is checked. Yeah, to me, and I'm hearing social will to make that happen right now. So I think we've got those two boxes checked, and this is where I would suspect that our major limitation is going to be with creating those conducive administrative conditions. I can't answer it for BLM or Forest Service when it comes to vacant allotments. But what are the boundaries that they're going to face from an administrative standpoint, and how can collaborative groups work with them to get past those boundaries? And I think that's the problem. The easy part is figuring out where the fuel's at. The harder part of this and the social will, I think the harder part is going to be those administrative conditions. And again, I can't speak for what those are going to be for the BLM welfare service.
Thank you. And my second question is, you mentioned cheatgrass specifically, at least in the eastern part of Baker County. We've got Medusa head issues. I don't know what other annual grasses are we dealing with?
The three biggies right now are Ventonata, Medusa head, and cheatgrass. And of those, if I had to pick one to have, it'd be cheatgrass. The really tricky ones are Medusa head. Our Medusa head and Ventonata. Medusa head is such a problem because if it's not grazed, you get the thatch, and thatch is not only fuel, but if you're going to do any sort of land management treatment, you've got to figure out a way to get rid of the thatch before you can get the perennials back. So it's not just getting rid of the plants that are there, it's making them thatch go away. But those are really the three big ones that we're dealing with.
Thank you.
You bet.
Yeah. I have a question about, there's been a lot of money spent, a lot of efforts on reducing invasive annual grasses and also forbs. What's the evidence that rangeland productivity has improved as a result?
Yeah, if you were to look at define rangeland productivity, how do you think about that?
Well, forage, for example.
Okay. And I think the bottom line message is that it's probably not increasing. What we're seeing is two things on that. I think what we're seeing is a larger and larger part of our forage base within the sagebrush country is being made up of annual grasses. And perennial fuels matter too when it comes to grass. Think of fire as a general herbivore. It's going to eat what's in front of it. It's just that the annuals tend to get a lot more fine fuel in play. The other thing that this isn't good news, but it's something that I think about a lot is, we're seeing annuals become more and more part of our forage base. We're seeing operations change around that. But again, I want to give credit to the past efforts to help to keep that from happening, because while we still have an annual grass problem, while it's still kind of kicking our butts right now, I can't imagine where we'd be at if we hadn't done anything.
So my question is kind of where we're trying to move toward thinking of keeping the good good.
Right.
How are you seeing like the funding options? Are those becoming available for that? Or are they still trying to chase the fire? Or are they like, what is that looking like?
Yeah, I'm not seeing a whole lot of them. This is me personally. Others who apply for grants, if you're with an SWCD, you probably got a better handle on this than I do. But I'm not seeing a lot of granting opportunities for us to keep the good good. The way I'm seeing grant opportunities for us to fix things that are broken. And I understand part of that. You know, if you have a big fire, people need help, and we're going to send money there. But in between those big fire years, I would like to see our granting agencies. I can't talk about money, but if I could, what I would say is I would like to see our granting agencies not move exclusively towards keeping the good good, but again, thinking about what is our portfolio. Think about it like a financial investment. What does our portfolio of investments look like with regard to proactive maintenance and fixing things that are broken? And what does that mean to this gentleman's question of what is our forage base going to look like 10, 20 years from now? And thinking about those two things in tandem is the piece that I don't see us doing as a community right now.
I've got a question about the geospatial stuff.
Sure.
I've seen some of these eco-state maps, and at least the ones that I've seen, once you get outside kind of that Great Basin region, there's some accuracy problems, at least where I live. And so I'm wondering what's being done to maintain cognizance of the fact that we need to verify this geospatial data on the ground before we start using it, before we start getting too dependent on it to make management decisions.
Absolutely, and that's a great question. Notice the upper right, that's the last step for us in putting a strategic plan together, is we're going to sit down with the landowner at the kitchen table and say, does this make any sense? And you're right, and this varies by plant community. In the Great Basin, we've had pretty good luck with like the Rangeland analysis platform, and they just came out with some 10-meter data that we're finding is significantly better than the data that they had. That's up on their website now. But you get out into less shrubby, more grassy environments, and it doesn't work as well. The thing that gives me hope, and the reason I reference that with respect to something that can help empower the next generation, is I'm looking at these technologies, some of them as being, it depends on the ecosystem they're in, but they're kind of in the flip phone stage. And I don't think it's very long until we get to the smartphone stage. Because there are really smart people working on these that recognize that they're not as good in some environments as other environments, and they're continuing to make the products better. So that's a problem, but it's a problem that I see that's going to become less and less over time, in my opinion. So Dallas has given me the high sign here, but thank you all very much. I appreciate being here.
All right, we're going to shift gears now and get into kind of the meat of our program today, but I want to first again thank Chad. I think he laid good groundwork for our day, a great keynote. I always appreciate Chad's perspective. He's grounded in the current, he draws on the past, and he looks to the future. And so thanks again, Chad. Let's give him another round for his keynote. So our first panel session today is grazing with intent. And this panel is going to focus on a technology that Chad mentioned, virtual fence. But I want to kind of lay the groundwork. I think I was reflecting, I went to the SRM meeting this year, the annual meeting, as I often do. And I noted that this year it was really interesting. There was a really big showing of technology, not just on the presentations, but you walk through the vendor section and there were a lot of booths set up with all kinds of new technology. And I found that interesting because we've kind of been stuck in tradition, and you'd go to the sessions and it was all really good research and information, but we didn't really push the bounds. And I think we're on the cusp of some really unique technological advances that we as land managers, we as producers can capitalize on and start to implement and make our lives better, hopefully, or more efficient. There's technologies out there now to help us monitor our water system so we don't have to travel great distances. Drone technology is getting to the point that we can use that to monitor our annual grasses and check cattle. Virtual fence. I mean, all of these apps and things that are really unique tools. And I think it's really an exciting time for us as land managers and producers to embrace some of that. I think of a quote that Henry Ford made at one time when he said, if I had asked the people what they wanted, they would have told me faster horses. And we're at that point where we're advancing past the faster horses. We are creating some unique things that we can use as land managers to make our lives a lot better. So our discussion that starts out this morning with the virtual fence, and I'm going to turn it over to David Boner. David is our lead researcher and professor down and the director at the Eastern Oregon Ag Research Center in Burns. Also oversees our Union Experiment Station here in Union County. Instrumental in a lot of the research projects that we do around the state, especially in Northeast Oregon, has been one of our lead people in the state through the university for the virtual fence work that we've done. So he's going to give us an overview, and then we're going to have a panel discussion on how this is working for producers here in the area.
Going just to fill with time, I do want to thank Pete. I think he did a really good transition for what we're going to be talking about today. I'm going to just set a really high level discussion about what virtual fence is. And then we're going to have three people that you probably need to listen to, and they're actually producers that have been using this technology on the ground. But I do want to really give kudos to Chad, because I think Chad did a really good job of setting the table for what we're going to be talking about today. Not just because him and I were born in the same hospital, grew up 100 miles apart, didn't know each other. We had to come to Southeast Oregon to get to know each other and work together. But it's been really good. But the three things, if you heard his take-home message, and I think virtual fence fits really into that. The three things he had there was things change over time. And I think we've seen that in an industry, if it's rangeland management, if it's beef cattle, livestock production, whatever it may be, we know things change and we have to adapt. Complex problems. You know, when you look at what we're dealing with today, it's not what our grandparents and our great-grandparents had to deal with. There are many things that we have to struggle with on how we're going to make it and work within the system that we're there, that we have to use, and technology. And as Pete just alluded to, we don't need faster horses. We need to find better ways of dealing with the problem. And I think Chad showed really, or not problem, challenges is probably a better way of putting it. I think Chad did a really good job of setting that table, because virtual fence technology by itself isn't going to be effective for you. You're going to need to use all three of those things. Have knowledge of livestock grazing behavior. Have knowledge. The question was, you know, and Chad talked, I think it came over here about how do we deal with maps that aren't correct when we're working with it. That in-person knowledge is still really critical and important. And then the technology, being able to use it along with other things is one of the tools in your toolbox to help manage of how it's going. So with that, I just want to start with traditional fencing, and it relates to what Chad said. And I did see his talk a little bit, but I didn't know how he was going to just, you know, present it and lay it out. And traditional fencing in 1880, that was cutting edge technology. That allowed fencing of the property for Chad's, I'm going to get the name wrong, but his great-great-grandfather to have security for his range. Barbed wire. That's what allowed it to happen. But for us now, that's still used. We still use it a lot, you know, in a lot of our management, but there are some challenges with it. You can read as well as I can. It's up there on the screen, but probably the biggest, especially when we're looking at land management as it relates to some of the fires we're seeing. You know, I don't know who's building fence for $13,000 a mile, because I did quote that. I wish I could, well, may not be a good fence. Most of the time it's $30,000 to $50,000 a mile is what we're looking at right now. So a lot of the fencing we produce, so it's expensive. And then there's also the procedural and logistical barriers that go along with it. NEPA, archaeological, find somebody that can actually build it for you where you need it, right? Those are all challenges that we have to face. Okay. So let's talk about virtual fencing. Okay, it's not a new technology. It actually was developed in the 70s, and it was used with dogs of all things at first. I think a lot of you probably have heard of the visible fence, and they had stubborn dog virtual fences because lo and behold, some dogs can handle the shock better than others. Does that happen with cattle? And I know there's some people nodding their heads. I think you're going to hear about it. Cattle respond to shock differently as well. The initial studies that were done were actually ear tags with proximity sensors. A lot of the work that was done with cattle, there were a lot of challenges with it. Economically and logistically didn't work. And then Dean Anderson, some of you may know in the audience, he was at the Jornada in New Mexico. And a lot of the work that he did was in the 80s. I'm glad we don't have to put those kind of collars on cows, right? But what Dean Anderson did was set the table, and it was really critically important because it showed that the technology worked. Just wasn't feasible, wasn't economical, and you're not going to put something like that on an animal because it ain't going to last 10 minutes, right? I mean, if we turn them out. But they showed that the technology worked. We didn't have the ability or the technology improvement that has occurred since that time to make it feasible. And I think we're really there currently. So how does it work and why? Okay, basically it uses behavioral modification. That's a way of saying we use that with our kids, right? Behavioral modification. It works. They learn that there is rewards or discipline if they don't do what is expected. And it's either an audio cue or an electrical shock in the way that works. And we have some advantages there. It's a lot easier to draw a fence than it is to build one, right? It's less labor intensive. A lot of management flexibility on the landscape where we can go. It allows cattle track. For those of you that may or may not be aware, depending on the system and how it's set up, you can have almost real-time access to your cattle where they're at on the landscape. That has a number of advantages. And I put situation dependent here. It can be cost effective. I'm not going to say it is for everybody, but it is one of those things that I think, depending on your individual situation, it can be very cost effective. So let's talk about how it works. Okay. It's just a structure that can either be an enclosure or an exclusion area that you either keeping cattle in or you're keeping cattle out. Think of it that way. Okay. And it depends on your management objective. And you can keep them in a pasture or keep them out of a riparian area, right? If we're looking at it. And I just wanted to take a second and talk about what all the systems out there right now use a lot of this similar technology. You need the satellite. Okay, so there's a satellite in outer space that the collar on the animal or the ear tag on the animal is able to communicate with, so that the satellite knows where that collar is on the face of the earth, right? So we have that technology. The data management software is the cloud or the internet. Okay, we need that in order to work. And then we need a computer or smartphone. Essentially, those are the main components that we need, and they need to communicate together. That can be the difference between a lot of our different systems on how they communicate together. Okay. One of the ways is simply via the internet or your cell phone that will talk to the collar, and the collar then can communicate back to the internet, communicate to your computer or your cell phone and say, okay, the animal's right here. It's met the boundary. It's going to get a behavioral modification cue, right? Do we have cell coverage everywhere? No. But we have a lot of areas that do have at least some cell coverage. And that is what we have, what are called communication gateways, towers, whatever you want to call it. They can be used in order to basically relay, put a cell tower on the top of a high mountain, and then line of sight, you can actually communicate to the collars that are in the valleys, down in the riparian areas, in places that you do not have cell coverage, and allows you to have enhanced coverage. Technology is going to improve. I'll be grateful when we have satellite phones on every animal, right? And then we don't need some of this stuff. But we're not quite there yet. I know the companies are working on it and maybe happen in the near future. But that is basically right now how this system works. And well, the next slide will get into how it works on the animal. So how does the virtual fence system work with the animal? Basically, you have those zones where you either want the animal in or out, and you have a grazing area where that animal is going to be. When they hit the first boundary, normally that's an audio cue after they've been trained, and we can talk about that later. But once they hit that first boundary, they're going to get an audio cue, and it's going to be a beep. Okay. And they have learned that if they keep going, that beep is going to turn into an electrical shock. So after they've been trained, more times than not, I'd say it's in our research, it's approaching 90% of the time. The audio cue is all they get. Then they turn and they go back the other direction. And that's just walking it through. Get the audio cue, if they go through the audio cue, they get an electrical cue, and that's usually enough to turn them. Okay. And then they're back in the grazing area where they want to be. Or not where they maybe want to be, where they should be. Okay, and I just wanted to put in, this is some of the towers that we used at the experiment station down in Burns and up at Union. This is on our Hall Ranch here on the one side. One of the towers was put up on a ridge so that we could get coverage down along Catherine Creek, which does not have cell coverage down there, but this system worked really well by putting the tower in an area that did have very limited cell coverage. And then at our experimental range in Southeast Oregon, you can see the two towers there on the left that we were using. We did make them mobile, put them on a trailer so that we could move them around the landscape as we had different management objectives with our cattle. So what opportunities do we have? Okay. And I shouldn't say opportunities. A lot of this has already been shown and works now. Okay. It's opportunities that you can have if you're not using it. Pasture rotation and cattle herding. We know we can do that with this technology. Cattle location and monitoring, really important. Use of landscapes with grazing restriction post-fire. There's work that Chad Boyd and our crew and down in Burns have shown we can keep them out of a burned area simply with this technology. Okay, maybe potentially mitigating some of that 2-year deferment that we see post-fire. Targeted grazing, we can look at fuels reduction. Chad talked about that, so I don't need to really harp on it. But some of the things that have been used from a management perspective, I think one of the first studies that was done that I heard about down in Nevada was keeping cattle out of larkspur areas in the early spring. Death loss went to almost nothing compared to what they used to have, okay, because they could keep them out of that known location. Protect sensitive areas, riparian areas. We're working on that right now. That's still a challenge, especially depending on the landscape. We'll talk about that, why that is here in a minute. And then because we don't have maybe a hard fence, that actually supports a lot of our wildlife management from a migration standpoint, from sage grouse, strikes on fences, things like that. And I just wanted to take just a second real quick and talk. This is 2 screenshots I took on my phone on the same day. And I know there's some people in here that probably recognize the pasture that's up here right now. But at 8 in the morning, I looked at my phone and I said, oh my, those cattle are out where they should be. Okay, that's a pasture where the cattle are in, and I called the range rider went up, and the gate was left open by somebody, I don't know, and he was able to get them in. By 8 o'clock that evening, the cattle were back where they were supposed to be. If that hadn't occurred, I don't know where those cattle would have been. Oh, I kind of do, but what the point being, it allowed us to better manage our livestock, know where they're at, and minimize the disruption that cattle getting out would have been. Okay. How can we improve virtual fence success? And this will be questions for some of the folks that are going to be up here in a minute. But I just wanted to talk, it's not a silver bullet. It is not a magic wand that is going to keep cattle out everywhere where you put it. You have to have a knowledge of not only the landscape and the environment, but you have to have a knowledge of the cattle and where they want to go and why cattle want to go certain places. Okay, so water is a big draw. Okay. High quality forage, thermal regulation, distance to water, access to calves. For those of you that don't know, most of us do not collar our calves. Mama wants to go with the calf. That can be a challenge depending on how you're managing it. Non-compliant animals or the stubborn animals. Those are things that we need to definitely worry about. One of the things that's not on here that I want to talk about, because let's say if it's a land management agency, they draw your boundary for you potentially, or hopefully they're working with you to draw that boundary. Is that always going to work? No, they don't. Maybe the land management agency doesn't know where I would like to go down and up, maybe out of a riparian area. We need to know where known trails are. We need to know certain things on the landscape that maybe only us, the producer, or the person that's managing those cattle know. Those are things that are really important to set up the technology for success. Okay, and so what do we know about it? It's a promising tool. Okay, it is not the end all for everything, but it is definitely a tool that I think comes around once in a while. It's like 1880s barbed wire changed how we managed cattle. I think virtual fence as we move forward is probably one of those tools that's going to change how we manage cattle into the future. Some things need to change. It is expensive. Technology is always adapting. Cell phones are way different than they were just 15 or 20 years ago. Okay, I see this technology doing something very similar. As we said, it's not the end all. We want to minimize certain things. You do not want to set this virtual fence up. And I have learned this the hard way. You have to set it up to be successful. Don't put a virtual fence right next to a stream and think you're going to keep them out of a stream. The smell, the green grass, the lure is too much. Okay. Maybe you need to put it in the uplands away from that stream or try to minimize access to it for a limited period of time so that you can graze longer in the uplands, because our trigger moves, they're probably not going to change. But if we can minimize how fast we have to move out of that pasture, that's what we need to really be looking at. Okay. And success. My success may not be your success. It depends on your management objective. We have to be aware of that and how we're going to work around it. Okay, it works. I will tell you right now, and I think there's the people that have used it will tell you virtual fence technology works, but there's a big but, right? And that but is you need to set it up with careful consideration for your lifetime of experience or your manager's lifetime of experience working with cattle, understanding the landscape, what affects grazing behavior, why do cattle go here, why don't they go here? We need to use this technology with an understanding of cattle behavior so that we're setting it up in a way that it's going to be successful so that we can meet land management objectives, be good stewards of the range, as I think Chad said earlier, right? And this last point I think is super critical, and we're finding it as we go. Be adaptable. Don't set it up and say, oh, it failed. Why did it fail? Ask yourself that, because more times than not, you will figure it out and you can set it up to be successful. Okay. For those of you that are really interested in it, you're going to hear some talk today. I think I know there's actually some company reps in the audience that I think you probably need to talk to if you're interested in it or want to know. But there's also something called the Rangelands Gateway that is probably the best online resource right now for the most non-company related information on virtual fence. Okay, and it's done. There's a lot of universities that are involved on it. It's run out of the University of Arizona. And it is a really good resource. Okay, you can get into that. They'll have a frequently asked questions. I don't know if you can read that, but there's a lot of things in there. A lot of these questions are what we answer on the phone when we get called. Okay, and it's really good starting point for information on virtual fence technology. And one of the things I put in, and I didn't realize it when I put it into the talk, this is actually going to be talked about today. It's a cost comparison of the different technologies. I think there's going to be a session coming up very soon that's going to go over that, so I don't want to spend time on it. And I think Pete said it's in a handout that they're going to be getting, so you're going to get this information. So it's all going to be there. Some of the information I showed you earlier actually comes from publications from that website. So really take advantage of that resource if you have some questions or interest related to virtual fence technology. And with that, I am done unless there's some questions for me, but I think the people you probably want to talk to are who I will ask to come up here shortly. Okay. Can I go ahead and bring the folks up? Okay. And you see if I, okay. Here we can see it. The first, if you don't mind, I'll invite you all three up so that you're going to be on stage. I'll introduce you, and then you can take your little bit of time and tell everybody here about your experience related to the products that you're going to be talking about. I didn't see Dustin yet. Is Dustin in the audience? Oh, there you are. Yep. Dustin Cameron is a 6th generation cattle rancher and owner of the Sunny DC Ranch. He brings 6 years of experience working with and implementing virtual fence technologies and is entering his 4th season of personal use on a commercial cow-calf operation that spans 2 states and more than 7 counties. His operation covers a wide range of grazing environments, including coastal lowland grazing, crop aftermath grazing, open, rugged winter runout country, and high elevation timber allotments. Dustin currently works in cooperation with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, Washington State Department of Natural Resources, multiple commercial timber companies, and various private landowners. Sunny DC Ranch focuses on keeping cattle in a runout scenario as close to year-round as possible, adapting management to the full spectrum of landscapes in the Pacific Northwest has to offer. Dustin leads a small specialized crew skilled in tailoring virtual fence systems to meet diverse terrain and operation-specific management goals. Okay. Our next representative is Anthony Campbell. Anthony is a 4th generation rancher in Lone Rock, Oregon. He helps manage his family's cattle ranch, running cow-calf pairs on private and U.S. Forest Service lands. He's been using virtual fence in partnership with the Gillum County Soil and Water Conservation District since the fall of 2024, and I believe Jason is also, correct?
Yep.
Ditto for Jason.
Yep.
On that. So, and I'm gonna embarrass, I did hear a rumor, I heard, this recently weren't both of you given an award correctly from the Soil and Water Conservation District about being a partner in that, so really good relationship there and making the system work. And our last producer today is Lacey Elder. Lacey brings 4 years of hands-on experience using virtual fence technology, backed by a lifetime in the cattle industry. She grew up on her family's cattle ranch in Lake County, Oregon, which later expanded to Malheur County in 2012 and relocated its headquarters to Harney County, Scottsdale, in the spring of 2025. For the past decade, Lacey has managed her family's cattle herd and continues to play an active role in the operation. In addition to her work with Elder Ranch, she runs her own cattle operation, giving her a well-rounded perspective on both traditional technology and forward management. So I want to really thank each of these individuals for coming today and participating in the symposium, because you can listen to people like Chad and I hope that information is useful. But I think the perspectives and the history and the relationships that these people have with the product and on the ground work is going to be really beneficial to you as land and livestock managers. So to start it off, I believe Dustin's got a PowerPoint. If you wanted to go ahead and get started with that, I can move the slides if you want, or do you want to do it? Okay, be sure and keep that kind of close to your mouth so everybody can hear. And with that, Dustin, the floor is yours.
Okay, so, just for a little bit of our operation, we currently use a couple different virtual fencing programs. Yeah, so, we've been doing some pretty incredible things, I would say. It's really changed our operation. We latched on to the virtual fencing, I'd say 6, 7 years ago. Kind of got in early, did a little development research, and, yeah, I feel like this is a great resource. We could go back 5, 6 years. As a producer that uses a lot of virtual fence, I mean, I'd pay $500 a seat to sit here and then ask the questions of, everybody here. I guess I just first want to say I don't work for Gallagher. This is gonna get complicated. I don't work for Gallagher. In the past, this is the third one of these I've done. They pretty much have given me the full reign to say whatever I want, whatever I think. So, this is just my honest opinion. It's worth what it costs you. So we can kind of go through here. All right, so I guess also a little more of our operation. This is kind of a small scale map. It actually goes a lot farther up and a lot farther left. But as I said before, we run cattle kind of on every landscape that the Pacific Northwest has to offer. I feel like, we're in sagebrush desert country, mountain allotments, timber ground. We have a farming operation over in Centerville at the ranch headquarters. So, we raise a lot of stubble and, just crop aftermath. Up in the Columbia Basin, we're currently up there now with a bunch of cows on corn stalks, turning out on wheat. We just kind of get all over the place. Like that Mount Hood down there to the left. Okay, there's the ranch. That's kind of just shows kind of what we do. You can kind of see how the paddocks are set up. We have cattle kind of contained in a lot of different areas. Some of the kind of the good I would say about this system that we're using is that this is strictly cellular. So each cow can be individually fenced. These cattle, if we took some of the pink ones and hauled them up there to that, so those are both stubble field, hauled them over there, dumped them out, let them chime in, and go ahead and just put them right in that pen. There's not a bunch of infrastructure you have to move. The cow herself is actually carrying everything that we currently use, and we set things up via laptop and then do a lot of monitoring off the smartphone. This is a bunch of cattle that we have. One of our partnerships with ODF&W. This is kind of a interesting spot right here. This area all burned in a fire about 5 years ago. The fence was pretty much shot, as most of our fences are most of the time, especially once fire goes through. So we actually put this set of cattle on a 240 acre chunk, kind of right out in the middle of some Forest Service ground and other things that, they aren't allowing grazing on right now. And we were able to, put the cattle out there. There's a little creek that runs through, and kind of a little test plot we did. And, we had really good success. Once again, currently we don't have a bunch of infrastructure to move. So we're able to that's one truckload of cows. There's 40 pairs and 3 bulls in that, I believe. So we just put them all on the truck and headed over, dumped them out, chimed them in, and they were kind of their standalone program. So that's given us a lot of flexibility, kind of what we can do. Yeah, there's one, that's forest over there on Mount Hood. That's just kind of another view of the country that we're running in. We run in some, as you can see, pretty heavily timbered stuff. It's worked pretty flawlessly as far as timber cover. That's one question that I get a lot, and we're sure seeing good success as long as there's some place that they can kind of come out and charge the collar. Sometimes if it was strictly this ground here has a lot of clear cuts in it. Cattle spend most of their time in the open anyway. So we've had good charging success. Yeah, so I guess kind of my style is more, I'm kind of a wing it kind of guy. So I mean, I would encourage anyone that has any questions to go ahead and just hit everybody up here. We got a lot of site specific things that we do, problems that we've solved and ways we've got around things. I guess back to some more of it, it's not a silver bullet. We've had extremely good success with what we do, but it's a tried and true program that we've developed to train the cattle. We spend a lot of time on the landscape, kind of realizing, what's a cow gonna do? How are they gonna react with the fence? And like, just really big thing is setting it up for success. If you have this technology, my experience is, it's not realistic to put cattle in a range, exclude them out of a stream and make a little water gap for them to drink every half a mile or mile. Like that's not realistic. But if you can kind of think, we could have a 5 barbed wire fence, and if you have her around the one wet spot, she's got to walk up the hill half a mile to drink out of the pond. You're going to have a lot of trouble keeping them all in. So I think it's just, realistic success is kind of what we're looking for. We have some places that are 100% exclusive, and we just have to manage those differently. Some riparian areas, we just want to mitigate access, which we are able to do, and then we are able to exclude places. It takes a lot of planning and a lot of learning, and just knowing what's out there, what the cattle are experiencing, and kind of how they're going to react. Historical habits. We've used some of this on range that I'm 6th generation. The cattle. Some of the cattle have been going there their whole life, and we're excluding them from an area that they spent a lot of their life in. And so, if you just realistically use the topography and just kind of your firsthand knowledge, you guys all know your range better than anybody else. So you can kind of predict how a cow's going to travel and where she's going to go and what she's going to go up or down or isn't. And that's all part of the realistic success is just, you have to, one thing that was big is like put everybody in position to succeed. You, the cattle, the landowner. If you're the landowner, if you're dealing with government agencies or federally owned ground, like all those things come into consideration. We also do a lot of extensive training of the cattle. As some of those ones we showed before. Get back here. So like these are, there's a hard fence around those. A lot of those fields are neighbors. This is cattle country. There's cows on basically every one of those fields in the fall. So, like if we have a cow that for some reason her collar isn't working or she's just stubborn and doesn't want to stay in, like we vet that out very, very well in a very confined area before we get out into places like these to where, if a cow does get out, if the collar's not working, it's a lot harder to rectify those things. And we do a lot of monitoring of the cattle. As I said before, if cow gets out or is on the outside of the paddock, we're notified. We're on 30-minute cadence. So like between Tyler and I, we check the location of all the cattle numerous times a day. It's not a regular occurrence that we have one out, but we've really tried in the training, and we don't let cattle linger in an area they're not supposed to be. They can't escape the fence. It's not like a hot wire, if she really wants out, she can break the hot wire, she can jump out. But you just teach her. We obviously also teach them that if that does happen, then we're going to put her right back and she's going to have to start the whole cadence over again. And we've had really good success, with that. And we have weeded a few cows out that just, for whatever reason, they'll take the shock and crawl out. And, we usually find those fairly quickly, and it's a very small percentage of the cows.
Thanks, Dustin. Let's see here. With that, did you want to go next, Anthony?
Sure.
My name is Anthony Campbell. My family ranches out in Low Rock, Oregon, where we run cow-calf pairs. And we were affected by the 2024 Low Rock fire, which kind of made us get into the virtual fencing program. And we, through the Soil and Water Conservation District, were able to do that. And we run our cattle on our private ground and some U.S. Forest Service ground. And so after the fire, we put the collars on fall of 2024 and just did a small trial run to see, kind of learn the technology before we had to use it in the spring. And so we we put them on and kind of figured out, we put them out in some, on a few cows out in a small field and kind of figured out how the technology worked and kind of decided how we were going to use it. And so in the spring of 25, we ended up collaring all of our cows that went on the forest permits, and we were able to use the virtual fence to keep the cattle out of part of one of our forest permits. About I'd say 2/3 of it burned and 1/3 did not. And so we had to decide with the Forest Service if we were going to use the areas that hadn't burned and how we were going to do it. And so we decided to use the virtual fence and keep the cattle out of the burned areas. So that helped us out a lot. We've also found it very effective to use the virtual fence along with a hardwire fence, which I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with elk damaging your fences and having a hard time keeping everything in. And so using it along with the hardwire fence has been very effective. And we've also tried to use it to keep the cattle off of streams on the forest permits, which we are still learning how to make that work out good. But yeah, and then also the location service has been huge for us because we're running out in some pretty big pastures, and it's getting hard to find people that want to help you ride anymore and get all your cattle home. So it's been really helpful to know where those cattle are all the time. And when we go out to gather, I'm riding around looking at my cell phone, trying to see where everything's at, and it saves you a lot of miles and gets things done with less people and quite a bit faster. So it's been a big help there. But yeah, so I'll let Jason tell you a little bit about his story, but I really like the Vince is who we're with, and we've had pretty good luck with it, and we're looking forward to seeing how it works in the future.
Anthony said, my name is Jason Campbell. We're cousins. We operate separate but adjacent ranches in Lone Rock. And as he pointed out, we got into this virtual fence deal because of the Lone Rock fire. And I want the agency folks in here to perk up and pay attention, because what happened with us is something that's very attainable and very repeatable. In the course of that fire, we lost, between the two of us, I'm going to say 85 to 90 miles of fence. $40,000, I think, is the number Dr. Bona put up there a mile. That sounds about right. The first thing you find out when something like that happens is that there is help to pay for that fence, but it's a long time coming. We're 2 years out from the fire. We're probably, I can't speak for Anthony, but on our ranch, we're probably about 2/3 done with the fence still. We've got that much more to go. And fortunately for us, our local SWCD folks recognized that money for these fences that we were laying out and help coming back in, and had a huge time gap between it. And they came to us and said, what can we do that would help you folks right now? And I don't know which one of it was, which one of us alluded to it first, but we kind of pointed out that the virtual fence might be the path. First of all, to get us onto some lease ground that was in our county. We're blessed with a lot of conservation reserve acres that they opened up in our county. Most of it's not terribly well fenced. So initially we would have had to put a bunch of capital into somebody else's fence before we could even start fixing our own. And our SWCD folks recognized all of that and went out on their own and secured some grants and rolled up just about right out of the smoke with these towers and kind of got us rolling. And I mean, we'd have survived without it. I don't know if everybody would have. It was potentially a business saving deal that these guys did for us. And the more folks that can repeat that and help ranchers through these fires, I just can't say enough about it. As far as getting back onto our own ground and utilizing that virtual fence, I think my experience has been the same as Dustin and Dr. Bonner alluded to. It's all in how well it's put together. I'm still kind of finding my feet from a range management standpoint on what I can get away with and what I can get this thing to do and not do. And for me, I guess I would say it's not really a lot different than working cattle on horseback and trying to do it calmly and the way we all try to. It's about making the right thing easy and the wrong thing hard. And the better you can get at making that happen, I think the more success you can find with it.
Hello, everyone. I'm Lacey Elder with Elder Ranch. I've been doing virtual fence for just over 4 years now. We're going on year, was it 3 now, Garrett, with you guys with halter? This will be the second year we're using a halter out on forest grazing allotments. Last year I kind of scared the guys, especially back in New Zealand, told them I was going to break the system. First time they'd ever had collars in heavy timber, much less timber at all. Huge success. Can't say enough good things about them. Just don't have much of a different story with these guys. It was something that we saw for our own operation that could really change it, help us, having trouble finding people that want to work, much less could do the work. We're spread out anywhere between 3 hours and 2 hours between each operation. We have 4 or 5 different lease options, a couple different forest allotments. We have 3 different headquarters, if you will, in 4 different counties down in southeastern Oregon. We're constantly driving, cows are on the truck 3 to 4 times a year. If there's grass, we go, kind of thing. Putting the infrastructure in isn't feasible financially. I don't know anybody besides some millionaires that could probably do it. Even then, we'd probably run out of money at the end of the day. Something for me where I'm managing the cow herd, I'm in several different locations. I can look at my phone and say, here's my plan for the day. Is that still going to work for the day? Okay, I can look over Unity. Cattle are doing well. Okay, I got to get to the Malheur Forest. They blew out of our containment up there. That's where we're headed today. And making those management decisions to where we can effectively and efficiently get through our day and not being so reactive, but proactive, so that we can do our spring developments, we can do road improvement, we can work on our fences, we can build those relationships with our neighbors and our partners to have that good grazing season. One of the big successes that we had this last year was we were able to contain 98% of our cattle out of all of our designated monitoring areas. We were out of 100% of our riparian areas using these collars. It took us 6 days to gather a 40,000 acre allotment that has 0 natural drainage, 0 natural collection. This is middle of October where it's still 70 degrees and belly high grass. 6 days, 2 of us to do that, where typically it would take us 2.5 to 3 months and 7 or 8 of us to go out there, gather, hunting, tracking cattle, not being very successful. The gal I actually had in camp, I looked at her one day and said, Haley, I don't know what to do because we're done gathering. Did we tell the other guys that we're done? It was one of those things that made it really fun. And we had a great time with it. We're using it very heavily down in Burns where we have 22 pivots down there. We're intensively grazing. We did an experiment this last winter on a 122 acre pivot that traditionally you just turn them out with nothing on them, just go graze. We said we had 59 days of feed on there. Turned out we actually had 72 days, and that was from intensive grazing with these collars. And that right there is a huge cost saver where you're not having to feed hay, you're not having to supplement cattle, they're in great condition, they're in great shape. For us, it's just the right management tool. And like all these guys have said, Dave has said, Chad has said, it is another tool for the tool belt. If you don't know your cattle, if you don't know your land, you don't know your landscape, you're not going to be very successful. One of the questions that I've been getting quite frequently lately has been around stockmanship and how is this going to change the cowboy and the buckaroo traditions type of stuff. It changes it. It doesn't get rid of them. We still have to have people out there riding the herd, riding the country. None of this technology is going to doctor a cow, go sort her off, pull the bulls out. We have to be there. I know personally, I am in my cattle more. I'm not on the ground more with this technology, just so I know I'm making it right. Because if I mess up, it's my mess up and it's affecting my entire herd and my entire financial situation. I can't blame the cattle, I can't blame the land. That is a manager choice that either we're out there or we're not. But anyway, we're having a lot of fun with it. We're really excited for the future of where halter's going. Like I said, I can't say enough good things about it. So,
Okay.
Guess we're ready for questions.
Okay, thank you, Lacey, and everybody on the thing. The way I want this, or we should not hide. Everybody wants everybody to be here is let's get some questions that you may have related to technology, what you've heard today, how they do certain things. Any questions that you may have, I'll run the mic to you. You can ask the question. Oh, I already got a hand up and we can go through this.
We have a mix of sagebrush, rolling steep, whatever. The real problem is trying to gather from the forest allotment. You guys all mentioned forest. What about really steep, really rugged, they say pretty big allotments? There's a whole like ID finding the cattle sounds really attractive to me. But how's it work fixing the really bad stuff?
We're up there in the breaks of Malheur River on the head of the Middle Fork, the North Fork, and the Little Malheur. We're riding Bull Run Rock, well, the Monument Wilderness Country. It's straight up, straight down. There's trees, there's timber. If I can have service for about 5 minutes and pull my phone up, the Halter is a live app. It shows where I am in relation to those collars. Everything is live streamed with Halter. If I want to move cattle, I want to drop a virtual fence, I want to do anything, 12 minutes, all those collars are updated for me. And I can get on those cattle very effectively, very quickly.
But do you have to have cell coverage? That's not a part.
No,
Yeah.
I don't.
How does it work?
Uh,
How does it work if you don't have cell coverage?
So if I don't have cell coverage, because we still have towers for our collars, on my phone, if I just have a little bit of service, I either push the button, it says it's going good, 12 minutes, everything is updated, then I go out of service, basically. The tower then sends a signal to all those collars to move. And then it relays through the whole cloud system and a lot of stuff that goes on outages.
So what I've been doing, I think if I understand your question right, you're talking about not having cell service yourself. I mean, you're on your horse or wherever you are, and that's a problem I've got because we don't have cell service at my house. I mean, there's not a cell tower within 25 miles of where I live. The towers are getting a cell signal, and that's how the signal is getting back to the internet. But as far as getting it off the internet, what I've been doing is if I'm going to go gather my cows, I get on my computer first thing in the morning and I see where they are then. And, you know, I'm going to be wherever those dots on my map are within 3 or 4 hours, and they're not going to be right where they were. But the odds that they've got up and run 7 miles from where I saw them this morning is pretty slim. And so that's how I've been doing it. I know, and I'll let Anthony speak to this, he's gone a lot further with putting Starlink in his pickup and making himself more connected wherever he is. And that's something I'm aspiring to, but I'm not quite there yet.
Yeah, I put Starlink in my pickup, and so I just really when I'm gathering a lot of the forest permits and stuff and that kind of country, I go out and I know where the cattle should be anyways, and they're bigger pastures that I can't. I mean, if it's me and 2 other guys maximum normally, and we can't cover the whole pasture anyways, so we go in and drive to places where they think they ought to be and where they historically are for a day or 2, and then I really use it a lot when we go and pick up stray cattle later, everything that we missed. And so most of the time we're not in cell coverage there, and the places that we are, I'm riding around looking at my phone seeing where the cows are. But if we're not, I got the Starlink mobile in my pickup, and I'll trailer out and get on there right before we unload, and you know, obviously drive as close as we can and then unload and go find them. So that's helped me a lot. But yeah, and the vents has the towers so that you have you put them in self coverage, and then they speak to the collars, and the coverage is pretty decent, but there are times when your cows will be out of coverage of the tower and you won't know where they are, but you'll know where they last were. And so, you know, if they're in a canyon, you can typically tell if they've pinged on this ridge, but they haven't on that ridge, they're probably still in there somewhere. So that's been pretty handy.
So one of the systems we use has strictly cellular, and then we do have some collars that are on the towers. As far as the lack of cell phone coverage, it's pretty incredible that, you know, like when we very first started with the collars, with the cell collars, we were skeptical because, you know, it's all mountain country, a lot of the stuff we're using it in, and cell phone service is a little bit sketchy. So we went out and just placed some collars in good, bad, in the shade, out of the shade, to make sure everything's going to work. And it's pretty much, if you have SOS to 1 bar, the collars will chime in, you know, on cadence work. They're pretty darn reliable. As far as your own cell phone coverage, I mean, we have some pretty good areas that we don't have coverage, but you do, you know, if you can find enough to reload 1 time on your browser, it will bring it up, and then you're able to see, you know, as the guy said, generally, you know, especially later when we're after, you know, smaller bunches of cattle or whatever late, you know, you can kind of see where they're hanging out, and you just ping it. It chimes in every 30 minutes. So especially if you have numerous cows in a herd, they're not all on the same cadence. So some will chime in, you know, pretty consistently. You might have 5 or 10 minutes of no chime in, but then you'll get real live location as you
as you check it, and, yeah, you don't need a lot of coverage, but you do need enough to bring up the browser, or you can save it before you go in the day, and you'll have, you know, at that time where they're all located.
Thank you.
Great. Hey, thank you all for sharing your stories, and you've each worked with these various systems for a period of time. I'm curious if you want to speak to either an innovation that surprised you over that bit of time that you've worked with these companies, or what's the next innovation you hope to see out of the company that you're working with?
I'll go first, I guess. Yeah, the one thing that's been pretty incredible is the coverage for the callers, like regardless of the tower system or the cell phone system. You know, we got into this thing quite a few years ago, and, you know, there were some things, you know, early stage, we heard lots of fairy tales, and then when we got to the real world application, you know, it isn't the same out here where we're all at. It's not the same as where the people that designed it, that are, you know, engineers and things like that. Like, they don't see the world the way we see it, the way a cow sees it. But one thing is the coverage has been pretty incredible. You just wouldn't dream you would get as good a coverage in the kind of country that we use. You know, one thing that I guess, you know, we'd like to see is, you know, if it gets affordable to low-level satellite communication, I know that's cost prohibitive for the companies right now, but if that does come, then, you know, that'll just make it, that'll be the only way to go. You won't need towers, you won't need cell phone coverage. Each caller can actually communicate to the satellite on its own. That would be a great, you know, a great asset. And one other thing that I'm hoping that'll come on is some kind of a companion tag, proximity tag for the calf, because we do see sometimes, you know, as it said before, you know, the calf is not fenced, so we generally rely on, it's not going to get that far from his mother. But as we get later in the summer, you know, they do range, and that, you know, sometimes we're up there and we'll find 5 cows and 3 calves, and we gather in the fall, and we might spend 2 hours trying to find the other 2 calves just because they're, you know, 2 draws over, they're coming back, but they're not there right now. Yeah, I would say the biggest thing for me that I would like to see eventually would be a sort of technology that works very well on bulls. Because we never tried collaring any bulls, but we had heard that it's not really a good idea because they don't stay on for very long. And so I would like to eventually see at least some tracking devices that you can put on your bulls to, you know, monitor them, and then along with the virtual fence where you have your cow's location, you could kind of tell how the bulls were working your herd. I think would be pretty neat, and then finding them as well helps. So
Definitely echo what Anthony said on the bulls. If any of you guys from kind of the west end of Union County see any come over the rise, I'm still looking for a couple. As far as what surprised me is how well the technology actually did work. I mean, I wasn't necessarily skeptical, but you start putting these collars on cows and we're going to hold them on an invisible line. I wish I had some pictures to put up on slide view, folks, of these cows standing out in the middle of sand. It's like you drew an invisible line in the dirt and they'll pile up against it, and there they are. The other thing, I don't know if it's particular to fence or not, because that's the only one I've worked with, but it has some gathering capability. So you were talking about, you know, going out and finding those cows. There's some capacity there to pull them. You're not going to pull them right to the gate, but I've had a lot of luck just moving that fence over time and pulling them all into a specific drainage somewhere. So instead of having to ride that whole pasture with a bunch of hired guys, we're going out there, you know, my kid and my dad, and covering the one canyon that 90% of them are in and starting from there. And so that's been kind of a game changer.
Yeah, one thing that's really surprised me with Halter, obviously we had some experience inside doing some grazing. We went last year and experimented with this out on the forest allotment. The thing that really surprised me is the accuracy. We're talking millimeters of accuracy with the virtual fence lines, how closely we can get them to a new paddock, a new gate, all this technology we can do from the phone, we can move them, then we can go out and check them, or we can move them and help them along as far as our training process goes. One thing that I would really like to see, I'll just echo the satellite, direct to satellite, making that just even more efficient, more connectivity to that. And another thing, that I would like to see is from Halter is some goat and sheep collars, David.
Just because, you guys have brought up bulls, one thing that, that we did this last year that was a success. We did struggle at first keeping collars on bulls. The current system that we're using mostly, the Gallagher collars, we've had really good luck keeping the collars on. You can run them fairly loose. And we also, from the other system, bulls are gonna destroy anything they come in contact with. I mean, maybe not your guys', but all of ours. But we're breeding some of these cows on, rough ground, like, it's shown Mount Hood, it's all timbered, steep clear cuts. We use the virtual fence to contain the cattle a little bit at bull turnout. And then, since we had collar location on the bulls, this was a harebrained scheme that actually worked. When we turned the bulls out, we kept, kind of the back third of the bulls. We kind of turned out where we wanted. And then we just had a battery of bulls, and we would notice a bunch of cows that went up some drainage, and we would just have a bull at the ranch. We'd load him up because we're going to take him and turn him out a couple weeks later anyway. And we put him right with those cows. And we also would see, one spot there down by the lake. We had three or four bulls that just lived down there. They never left. So, when the cows moved away, we just went down there and gathered them, drove them up the hill, loaded them up, and took them to another pasture and kicked them out with the cows. And like, we've been calving, we're 2.5, 3 weeks into the cows now, probably 2.5 weeks, and we've just been going gangbusters. And I think it really made a big difference just being able to lock those bulls right with the cows and the other thing you get from the virtual fence is you realize how the cows actually are interacting, like the things they do and how far they travel and what they go and, where they go. And, I feel like myself, you always think, I always find these cows up this drainage or over on this side. And when you see what they actually do, they walk over here and they may hang out there for a day, and then they decide to walk all the way to the west, 5, 6, 7, 8 miles, go over there for a while, then come back. And they travel so much, and we're able to just kind of contain them. And also the other thing is bulls are not fun to get after the cows are done breeding. Like, this year in August, we just went to all the different allotments and gathered all the bulls. We got all but I think 2 that were just down where when it's 100 degrees, you're not gonna get them out of there. So, but that just reduced the pain of the fall of bulls off by themselves. And then to get them before their attitude turns too bad when they've been living out there for 3 months by themselves. There's a lot easier to handle when they're a little run down and they're still looking for someplace else to go.
All right, we've got one last question from an online participant. What kind of training on the cattle is there, or that you guys have experience that works well to contribute to the success of your areas set with the collars? And how do you adjust those boundaries throughout the season if you are?
I'm gonna let one of these guys talk about training cattle because we don't necessarily do it the traditional way. We put the collar on, they go on a truck, and good luck, ladies. That's how we train. So I'm gonna let these guys talk about that.
I would say the further I get into it, the closer I'm getting to that paradigm. We did start doing, so Vince has a training regime that they lay out for you that you're supposed to, it's so many days with just a tone, and then you add a shock to it, and then you start cutting it in half so that you're trying to force these cows to interact with it at some point. Coming out of that fire, we did it on some leased CRP ground because we had to go somewhere with those cows. And so we just threw them out on 1,000 acres with the collars. And we did go through that protocol, but I've yet to have a cow that didn't take to it pretty fast.
Yeah, I'd say, like Jason said, we went before when we collared in the spring of 25 to go to the permits. We put all the cows in some fields that are decent size but not very big. And we did the training period in there, and you could see as you were training them, the cows would you first go around, you put like shock on the fence. You could see the cows slowly each day the fence kind of moves in basically and adds a tone. You can see the cows not hanging on the fences, and you can see them move kind of off the fences as the fences turn on. And then on the fourth day, you split the pasture in half and see if it's working. And it was pretty interesting to watch that. I guess, we had a little more stringent, training program. Early stage that we went through a lot of hoops to get them trained and to get reliable containment. Kind of just our specific situation is there's, we're all over the map. We're 300 miles between where we might have one bunch of cows and another total different landscape. There's pretty much two of us that, we could get somebody to help once in a while, but it's pretty much either Tyler or I are the ones that has to go if we have an issue. So, we just try to start out on a small area, low risk training. We've had really good success, and we have not. They get trained very quickly, and it is incredible to realize how smart a cow actually is once you see how she interacts and what you teach her. And the training is very important, and also another thing in the training that we've really tried to do is also make sure you do enough legwork to not teach them bad habits. Because if you teach them bad habits that they can get away and they can linger away, we just make sure, and you can set it up. And it's something as simple as walking the actual pasture or riding your horse, or, if there's a road, logging road or whatever, seeing what the actual topography is, because all these things, the apps and stuff rely on Google Earth. And sometimes it's not perfectly exactly as it seems on the viewer, and you may get the cattle to where you have the line just a little bit too far over, and they're able to get into a place that they basically can't turn around and get back out. And with this topography, we ran into that at Mount Hood, to where the cattle were able to go a little too far down a draw, and then when you ride your horse down there, you slide the whole way to the bottom. So when she's standing down there, her and four of her buddies, they're not going back up the hill. I don't care. They'll stand there all day, or they'll just plow through. And those are just part of that's also part of the training, is just to make sure that you've legged out your plan, and you know exactly where they're at and kind of what you're trying to do.
Thanks. I think we're short on time, so we could probably spend all afternoon, just on this one topic. But before we do go on, I want to thank you, Lacey, Jason, Anthony, Dustin. Look at their faces.
This one? That's on. Okay. Okay. Thank you. That was great. Every time I've gone to several landowner panels on virtual fencing, and every time I learned something new. It's so great. So right now I'm going to invite Audrey Knight up. She's going to dig in a little deeper to cost comparison. Audrey Knight works with me with Sustainable Northwest. She's our grazing lands manager. And she worked with Anthony and Jason in Gillum County and the Gillum County SWCD on kind of this Lone Rock post-fire virtual fencing pilot program. As Jason mentioned, we think that this is a really good learning opportunity of how we can scale virtual fencing, kind of more looking at a watershed or SWCD or conservation district level. What current funding scenarios are out there? What should landowners be looking at? How can we push and get this work done? So with that, I'll pass it off to Audrey.
All right, so yes, like Alice said, I'll be talking a lot about what we've done in Gillum County to finance virtual fencing, and I'll try and give you some ideas for how it might work in your region, but all of these things are pretty specific to where you're at, so definitely staying creative is very important when it comes to finding the funds to get this sort of work done. We've kind of talked about the 2024 fires quite a bit, so I won't go into too much details, but 137,000 acres burned, and it was about 300 miles of fencing total in Gillum County, and it was a repair cost of $9.5 million, which led the SWCD and the Campbells, who you just heard from, to come up with the idea of virtual fencing. And it was actually only 5 weeks after the fire was put out that they had callers for these producers. So the SWCD got on it very quickly, and yes, that was great. And there you can see a map of it. All of the yellow lines are fences that were damaged in the fire. How the SWCD laid out their program is the caller subscription is paid for in full by Gillum SWCD, so that's the $40 a head. Everything we've done so far has been with fence. The producer covers the cost of the battery, which is $10 to $20 per head. and the base stations are purchased and owned by the SWCD. So we are currently in the process of finding different funding pools to cover purchasing towers that can be owned by the ranchers. We're looking at the OEB small grant program to do this. And then once enough towers are going to be purchased for these ranchers that are going to be personally owned by them, we hope to use the towers that we already have to loan out to different areas and spread the technology as best we can. So the funding pools that we used were the Ford Family Foundation, Gillum County, and then the Gillum SWCD. That's where the immediate contributions came to get this technology on the ground. And there was also a technical assistance grant from OEB to fund this. Looking into future funding, we have no thoughts of stopping this program. It's been very effective and we only want to help more ranchers out there. So Gillum County, again, has invested more funds into the program. And so we are rolling out a new virtual fencing program that will likely involve various vendors as well and allow some producers who weren't affected by the fire specifically to get involved with what we're doing. Like I said, we're looking at those OEB small grants for base stations. We've got some continued contributions from the Ford Family Foundation. And then we're actively pursuing at the state level, looking into NRCS. I can't tell you too much about NRCS. I would just say talk to your local office because it changes quite a bit wherever you are. But the main thing is just to stay creative and look at the many different avenues that you've got to keep the program going or get one going. This is the cost calculator that we've put together. So it has all the different costs for the different vendors kind of baked into it. And it goes to a 20-year comparison, but it's pretty easily edited if you need to change it for a different time frame. But you just kind of put in how many collared cows you have, the number of base stations required, and it spits out a number and lets you compare it pretty easily. But of course, it's only a price comparison, so there are going to be different factors that you're looking at, and you still got to consider the whole picture. But this can be pretty helpful just to see how much you're going to have to spend. I'm happy to share this with anyone who's interested. I'll put my contact information up and you can just reach out to me and I can send you a copy of the spreadsheet. But yeah, so just while some of the prices come out, Halter typically comes out the most expensive, but they also offer warranties for everything in their program, which might make that cost even out. So there are other factors to be considered there. And that is my information. So if you wanted to reach out about the spreadsheet, please feel free. And all right, well, thank you for listening.
Okay, well, one thing that I'll just add to Audrey's presentation is we're Sustainable Northwest is kind of alongside Gillum County SWCD have been fielding a lot of questions, both at the producer level, but also kind of at a state agency and federal agency and SWCD level of how, you know, a lot of people are interested in scaling virtual fencing. And so it's really exciting. And I think that there are going to be more funding scenarios open up to producers and watersheds in the future. So if you want to learn more, please contact Audrey, contact myself as well. But anyways, it's kind of everybody's real excited about it. So right now we're going to take a break.
Hi, everybody. You got back to your seats so fast. It's impressive. Good work, Dallas. My name is Ellie Gage. I work for Western Landowners Alliance, and this is the second year that I've been involved with the Northeast Oregon Rangeland Summit. So thank you all for being here. For the next 25 minutes, we're going to take you to Cottonwood Ranch in remote Northeast Nevada. Against the Herd was filmed in 2023 and is a documentary film on using cattle and grazing management as tools for rangeland restoration. It fits really perfectly with our session on grazing with intent, and it also touches on the use of virtual fence technology. Every time I watch it, I imagine how we could better approach rangeland challenges in the West through flexible and targeted grazing. We're so fortunate to have A.G. Smith, whose family ranch is featured in this film, here with us today. We'll watch the film. AG will provide us with some updates on their ranch and some additional information. And then we'll have some time for question and answer and any comments that you all have. Before we get rolling here, AG wanted to share a couple things.
Get this.
Thank you.
Well, hello, everybody. I'm A.G. Smith from Cottonwood Ranch. A couple of things I wanted to say before we start this. It ends up being, I'm sort of the person they talk to a lot in this. And I just want to make a point that this was a team process. My family is key to this. My daughter and son-in-law are doing the work that's there. So I just end up, because I can bullshit better than everybody else, I end up being person that is talked to. The young man that did this, Jackson, he was born and raised in Brooklyn, never been on a ranch. We had a conversation over beaver. He was in England going to film school over there that the BBC put on. He ended up coming to the ranch and spent a month with us. And anyway, and I wanted to see the film before it went out to the public. And he says, you know, it was a thesis project. He said, I can't really let you do that because that would be showing favoritism. So I trusted that he would put something out. And anyway, so you'll get to see it now.
Thank you, AG.
These rolling sagebrush hills of northern Nevada are a vibrant grassland community, with ribbons of green running along the creeks that shape this landscape. They provide a lifeline of shade, food, and water for the countless species that inhabit this land. They've shared these hills with cattle and horses for more than a century, long before A.G. Smith was a boy. His family cares for more than 30,000 acres of federal lands, under grazing permits issued by the Bureau of Land Management and the U.S. Forest Service. It's not a responsibility they take lightly.
I feel like we are some of the luckiest people in the world. We are blessed with a beautiful place and a chunk of land that we get to caretake. This whole thing of land ownership, and I know we own the land and all that, but we're really given this to caretake it. And if you don't caretake it, then you're doing such a disservice to nature and that.
A.G.'s daughter, Mackenzie, now runs the ranch. And just like her father, she's been learning this land from a young age.
This place has kind of always been in my blood. I would stay up at cow camp when I was 10 with the cowboys in my own little teepee. I just wanted to learn as much as I could learn because I wanted to be just like them.
The youngest generation are the sixth to call Cottonwood home. For them, the ranch has always been an oasis. But its future is anything but certain.
This is my father. I think he was one of the hardest working men I've ever been around. He wasn't a disciplinarian or stern or anything. you just didn't want to disappoint him. But it was just a lot more labor intensive then. Everybody was so busy putting up hay that there was really no time to go out and move cows around and manage the animals the way we do it now. It sort of became, well, this is just the way it is. And again, it's that you don't know what you don't know.
Ranchers raise livestock, but they're really raising grass. Because it takes a lot of grass to get a herd of cattle through winter. Each and every day, A.G. and his father would distribute water to their pasture through vein-like channels with nothing but their patience and their shovels. The balancing act required such constant attention that there was hardly any time to worry about cattle out on the range. More than 100 years of unmanaged grazing had left their land barren. The riparians, areas of vegetation that bordered the creeks, bore the brunt of the damage. There was hardly anything left for their cattle to eat, and even less for wildlife. By the mid-90s, neither AG nor the agencies were happy. Year after year, they fought over the best way forward. Confined by the Forest Service land use permits, written in the 50s, which dictated the exact number of cattle and time of year they could be grazed. But nature is ever-changing, and the lack of flexibility had pushed both sides into a corner. The land suffered the consequences.
The riparians, where the creek corridor is where the green grass stays the longest. So the cattle would go down onto those riparians and eat them out. They'd just sit down there till they turned them into like this tabletop. So we really didn't realize what was going on and how bad the riparian areas were. But deep down, you know that it doesn't look good.
The Forest Service thought that the only way to fix overgrazing was to reduce the size of Cottonwood's herd again and again. But if these new permits went into effect, generations of ranching may have ended with AG.
We basically wouldn't have been a viable cattle operation. The numbers would have been so low at that point. I myself was believing maybe that we were inherently doing harm to the environment. We were really looking for something else, something that might work and change.
Cattle had wrecked their land because they didn't yet know how to harness the power of their animals. But cattle can actually mimic the way bison shaped this landscape until they were driven to near extinction in the 1800s. Their intense grazing, followed by extended rest, invigorates grasslands by encouraging more root growth and a greater diversity of grasses. This builds healthier soils that capture more carbon and hold greater nutrition than their undisturbed equivalents. The bison cycle had been broken for more than 100 years. But managed correctly, cattle can become that missing link, making them the best solution to the problem of their own making. By the 90s, the land was in such bad shape that the Forest Service issued Cottonwood an experimental permit, allowing them to graze their animals in a bold, new way. People were calling it holistic management.
Our commitment to all of this is we would have riders out there managing the cattle, trying to mimic buffalo on the Great Plains, to all of a sudden see that it's being done in places where the land is not being just used and abused by livestock, but can be rehabilitated. That was a huge light bulb moment for me. It was actually a very life-changing moment. I probably wouldn't have stayed in this business without it.
AG began thinking of his cattle as part of the surrounding ecosystem, and the land began to flourish in unexpected ways. His father, Horace, had waged constant war against the beaver because the riparians were so eroded from overgrazing that the dams would blow out and sediment would pour down the creeks, blocking their irrigation ditches. Like most ranchers, Horace would destroy their dams before the beaver could destroy his hard work. But just like cattle, beaver can actually be the key to a healthy system. The land just wasn't ready for them.
Once we started practicing holistic management and working with nature rather than bucking nature, we stopped fighting with the beavers. One day we woke up and started noticing how things had really changed in favor of the beaver.
As the creeks were given longer to rest and recover between periods of grazing, the grasses and willows that had vanished from the system started to reemerge. The banks stabilized and the beaver dams stopped washing out.
This is how the system should work. They were responsible for damming the waters up, creating this tremendous sponge effect. Eventually their dams fill in and they turn into a meadow and beavers go to another spot. In those drought years, they were the water source for the livestock and the wildlife. And so it's been well worth stopping the fight. The first 10 years, I didn't bring people up here because it was pretty sparse and trying to recover. But when it finally it was pretty amazing. It's been amazing.
Holistic management is just kind of what I grew up knowing. Gosh, I think we started when I was maybe 10 or so.
96, 95, so
10.
Okay, yeah, that's right, 81, yeah.
We haven't always had places that look awesome.
It's taken a lot of years.
Yeah, it's taken a long time to get there.
AG and Mackenzie had discovered how powerful a tool cattle could be to transform landscapes. It's difficult to comprehend just how much the ranch has flourished since. But they'll be the first to tell you, they couldn't have done it alone. Roland Cruz has been monitoring the health of their federal land for the last 20 years, giving them the ability to make evidence-based decisions about how to best manage their rangeland. He's now passing on his methods to Cody Spencer, ensuring that Cottonwood remains in good hands for years to come.
The beautiful thing about the Smith family is they've set this kind of culture of stewardship in place. They've done all this work over the last several decades and brought their kids along on this journey. They're building out the next 2 generations of livelihoods to be able to stay on this land and continue to make decisions that are going to improve the health of not only their private land, but the federal lands. And so it's this amazing story of what stewardship really should be, which is people proactively making decisions for the greater good.
For forbs, we've got winter fat, pepperweed, there's a squirrel tail.
There is one in there?
Yep.
Oh, there is, okay. Color is, I think it's this year's.
Yeah?
Yeah. For us to create the change we desire, we're gonna need to, I'm gonna say, increase stock density 10, 20-fold from what we're seeing right now. And that's where we're gonna have to experiment with the collars.
All the Smith family has ever tried to do on the ranch is get a bit better with each passing year. The Forest Service had taken a gamble in the 90s when they wrote Cottonwood an experimental permit. But switching to holistic management has ensured that the next generation has a future on the ranch. Their land has improved so drastically that the Forest Service now brings people to the ranch from across the world. Cattle had long been viewed as pillagers of landscapes, but they were actually the solution all along. Now Cottonwood is teaching others that cattle can be used as a force for good.
It was my feeling when we were putting this together that if you were going to teach a range school, which is helping people understand how grass grow and what happens to it when it's grazed and how to develop rotation systems and collaborative management, this would be an ideal place to do the range school. They have a collaborative group that meets 3 times a year, bringing in all the people that are interested. That's what we're trying to teach in the class, and he's a textbook example.
The Forest Service has been bringing people to this remote corner of northern Nevada from all over the world for nearly a decade, because Cottonwood is on the leading edge of what ranching can be. In the last 20 years, their rangeland and their community have flourished as they've harnessed the power of their herd. If only it were that simple. For the past decade, Cottonwood has been forced back into the original permits that destroyed their land in the first place, because environmental groups have threatened to sue the Forest Service unless they pull out of all experimental permits. These groups still believe that cattle can only destroy our public lands.
When we first got that notice of intent to sue, any and all permits that were out of the old original permit status, the agencies were extremely fearful of doing anything that will create litigation, to the point where, in my opinion, they've almost become non-functioning, which is exactly what the environmental community wants. We were changed out of those permits because they weren't working. They know full well that they will fail. And then they'll be able to say, look what grazing's doing to our public lands.
For years, the groups pressuring the Forest Service have ignored the data collected by Roland and Cody. They're determined to put an end to Cottonwood Ranch. A.G. and Mackenzie had finally found the right tool to restore the land they love. Now the Forest Service has taken away that tool, putting Cottonwood's very existence at risk.
It is ironic that as we speak, the Forest Service can celebrate good work that's being done and as a nation showcase that to our international partners. On the other hand, they can be operating regionally in a landscape of fear, understaffed, underfunded, and not be able to do anything.
There was 2 years that I didn't even know who our range con was. They were turning over so fast. They finally did get a new district ranger. Before he came to any meetings, before he did anything, he never was even on the allotment. He never came out to even see anything. And he just said, we're going to pull out of the experimental status and you're going to have to go back to those old numbers and timing. And he said, the only way we can do what we're doing is to change our permit. And we don't have anybody to help you do that or any resources to go towards it.
So they accepted the challenge, determined to prove that cattle can restore our rangelands. Cottonwood gave the Forest Service a new environmental assessment, and they stalled. Cottonwood brought them more than a decade of Roland's data, and they stalled. The Forest Service has never said no, but delay after delay and year after year, Cottonwood's future is just as precarious.
We can say that we want healthy land, but talk is cheap. And until someone steps up that has the authority and says, let's do this, it seems like we're a bit hypocritical. And I'm frustrated for the seeming carelessness of the federal agencies that work for the public good? And are we not the public? If Cottonwood, who is at the leading edge of this in the Intermountain West, is facing these challenges, then what hope do the other 30,000 grazing permits in the West have? As climate changes and the landscape changes, we need to understand, what grazing looks like in a wet year versus what grazing looks like in a dry year. And we need to be able to adapt to that on an annual basis. And those legal strategies have undercut the ability for the federal agencies responsible for the health of this land to timely respond to that need for annual change. And that is the reason it's so critical to find people and communities willing to go further and experiment and do it better, because if no one does it, we don't know what we don't know. We don't know what this land is capable of. We don't know how healthy it could be.
If we can do whatever we can do in a positive way on this place, maybe it'll ripple out into the big world.
Cottonwood is now part of yet another experiment that could transform the American West. Because the better ranchers can control the movement of their cattle, the better they can repair broken landscapes. Mackenzie's cattle now wear GPS collars, allowing her to place virtual fences where and when she needs them. Millions of miles of fencing could eventually be removed from these landscapes forever, reconnecting this fractured ecosystem.
It's not taking a cowboy out of anything. We're riding as much as we have ever rode before. We're still needing to move our cows when it's time to move them. But in essence, it's allowing us to get on our computer and being like, okay, where are our cows today? If we need to go ride it, where are they? And it just allows us to control our grazing at a higher level.
It truly is going to be a game changer in range management. All of a sudden you have a tool that you can really get a handle on, and the better you can manage your tool, the better you're able to do whatever it is you're doing. And these virtual fences are going to really create cattle as a tool to use to improve range.
I feel very passionate that removing livestock completely from the picture is not the direction to go. We're not trying to be destructive. Why would we want to be destructive when this is our livelihood?
Having my daughter be interested in this place as she is it's pretty amazing. She loves this place. She loves this land. They're making changes. I now know how my dad felt when I was making changes. You sort of, you feel a little left out of it sometimes, but I know they're doing their very best.
We have created a system. I think that the wildlife and the livestock kind of coexist together, and we kind of both need each other in a way. Because take the rancher out of the picture, you don't have improved water. You don't have anybody looking at the ground, keeping the feed at bay, keeping wildflowers at bay, putting their time and love for the land into something that they can show to everybody else. And so I really would like people to see that cows are a pretty powerful tool, especially if used right.
want to start off with anything to say? You want me to jump right in? I have a few kind of questions and prompts here that I was going to visit with AG about, and then we'll have a little time for some question and answers and comments from you all.
One of the reasons for making this film is to show, you know, when we got started and things were going so well, and we had 25 years worth of positive information, and the riparians were changing, and I really thought we were safe. I thought, my goodness, nobody's going to want to change this. This is really working, and it was a real eye opener that it could all just be jerked out from under us. And so one of the reasons I got to making this film was to hopefully show this story and get it to the powers to be. We need grazing regulations that need to change. We need to have flexibility. We need to be rewarding good range management, and anyway, so that was the reason for making it, was trying to tell the story and get it to the people that can make a difference. And still working on that.
So one of the things that I think about a lot in my work is how to bring stories like this to a larger audience, and like you said, to the right people, right, who can maybe affect some change. Jackson DeRoe was the producer and the filmer. He did it all, right? How did you two connect?
By phone call. He called me. He had the beaver part of the story is something that a few people have gone down to, and we had an article done in the New York Times about beaver and what was going on there, and he'd seen it, and he was going to school in England, and he was fascinated with beaver, and he wanted to do a beaver story, and so they said, well, give me a call, and we visited, and pretty soon I was going, you know, it isn't just about beaver. This is really a bigger story about the land and cattle, and how beneficial livestock grazing can be to the land, and what we're doing. Anyway, he said, well, I need a thesis project he was working on to get graduated. He said, can I come out and do a story on the ranch? Can I come film the ranch? And so I said, sure. You never know when you say yes to those kind of things. And anyway, so he came out and spent a month and a half at the ranch. When he first showed up, here's this young guy with bright red hair that was just sticking out, and I'm going, whoa, I wonder how this is going to go. But he was a delightful young man, and he knew nothing about cattle or ranching or anything. And a few of the statements he makes in there are a little, I mean, the riparians were bad. They were in terrible shape. But the whole ranch wasn't quite as bad as he makes it sound. But anyway, that's filming. But he did a great job, and he carried this camera around. And after I saw it brought tears to my eyes, because he captured the essence of it, not just the story about cattle grazing and that, but actually a story about a family and a ranch, and he did a great job. He's a great filmmaker.
Yeah, it is a great film, and I've watched it many times, and I always have an emotional response to it, because it's hopeful, and it's inspiring, and it's heartbreaking, and it's like incredibly frustrating as well. Can you give us any updates on how things are going? This was filmed in 2023, came out in 24, if I remember right. How are things going in 2026?
Not a whole lot has changed. It has made it clear back to Washington now. And I'm in conversations with, a gentleman that's the head of he's head of the range program for the Forest Service. And, I'm cautiously optimistic that he's gonna figure, what we're trying to do is put it back in. We have to change the permit. No, we realize that now, but we're trying to get it put into experimental status, which will give us 2 or 3 years to work on changing the permit, because as you know, everything takes so much time. And we really do have this research project going. These collars are, we've been at it for 6 years now, with Vince, Nathaniel, and here to verify that, and through all the different phases of how the collars have changed. But we're in really rough country, and I heard some of the other speakers talking about how rough the country was, and but anyway, we're working to get these collars better, and it's amazing how they've changed. But this is the University of Nevada experiment. Paul Myman has been absolutely key in all of this, and Fish and Wildlife Service has funded this thing for another 3 years. BLM's put funding into it, so it truly is a research project to see what can be done with these collars and to see how we can get them more effective. They work really, really well in the lower land and where it's easy to get the signal to them. The Forest Service that real steep country becomes much more of a challenge, and so really working on trying to figure out what are the answers to making this more effective up there. So
this is I'm giving you a lot of options here, so you can take what you like. Yeah, I think so. Updates on how things are going in progress. What have been your biggest lessons learned in this process that started in the 90s? And you can talk about virtual fence, navigating agency relationships, rangeland improvements, any other conservation projects that you've implemented, any improvements or changes to your cattle health, etc.
Well, I guess one of there's so many. It's once I started down this path of learning, and I really thought I knew this ranch. You know, I've been raised on it all my life, and I do know where everything's at. But until you start getting down on your hands and knees and looking at what's underneath that soil as well as what's on top of it, and I came to realize that I knew nothing about this ranch, and it's been this huge learning process as we go along. And when you start a project, you always, of course, because this was Alan Savory came to Elko and spoke, and anyway, classes came to the community, and everybody being from Missouri, we wonder if this will work here. And we were pretty much getting backed up against the wall with the agencies that were going to fence all the creeks and whatnot. So we didn't have a whole lot to lose. So we said we would be willing to put cottonwood up as an experiment to see if this would work. And a team came together. We actually invited anybody that wanted to participate and help manage this operation to the ranch, and 50 people showed up. And Tommy Martin, who is a HM educator, an amazing facilitator and lady. Anyways, she did sort of the miniature class, and the Forest and BLM did their joint EA, and anyway, within 6 months we were off and rolling, which would never happen now. But you always, you start a project going, wow, I wonder how this is gonna work. And it was slow. I mean, as things take time. And of course, we thought again, we've been in the cattle business, know how to handle cattle and all that, but now we were trying to herd the animals more and keep them where they belonged, and again, a whole nother learning process of how much I didn't know about cattle, and started going to Bud Williams programs and having different people that do amazing things with animals and stockmanship come to the ranch and do classes and teach us. And anyway, as you sort of know things are improving, but I guess until last year we had a biologist, retired BLM biologist, fisheries biologist, and she came in. We have about 20 different sites on the ranch, the BLM on the riparians, and she went back and got those really early pictures, and then came out and spent a couple of weeks retaking all those, and it was amazing. It was amazing. And she goes, AG, I cannot believe the recovery that's happened out here. And this is with grazing. I mean, we graze all of this land. We just don't graze it every year at the same time. And we just pay attention a lot more to what we're doing. These collars are going to make a huge difference in being able to manage the land. But after she did that and we saw that, I finally could go, wow, this really does work. Cattle are, I have come to believe that livestock, we know they use the land and proper grazing and all that helps, but I have come to the understanding, my belief is that the land absolutely needs livestock. And it needs to be grazed to be healthy. That doesn't mean every piece of land needs to be grazed, but these grasslands and these rangelands, if they don't have proper grazing, that's a key. Because grazing, as we all know, can be very, very damaging. So, but we watch our land rehabilitate with cattle and grazing, and so that's been one of the biggest, I guess, life-changing things that have come out of this for me.
Thank you. I have run us right out of time for Q&A from the group. Can I have a couple of questions? Thanks, guys. Any questions, comments, anything that you'd like to say before we break for lunch? The last thing that I would like to share as well before I forget is that this film is available on our YouTube channel, Western Landowners Alliance. I think you can find it on Jackson's website as well. It's available, and I recommend watching it more than once. There's a lot there. So,
I'll just admit I'm confused. There was a lot of talk about the Forest Service, mention of BLM. I saw a lot of sagebrush imagery. You have to have a base range somewhere. So what? And I'm confused about how the film relates to all of Cottonwood Ranch, because all it talked about was like grazing permit areas.
Yeah, and when Jackson was there, this Forest Service issue was just explode. It was really, really big, and so that's what he heard that the problem, and so this film wasn't put. Yeah, I didn't. The intent of this film wasn't to sort of poke at the Forest Service, even though he doesn't say anything in there that isn't true. But a great half of our land is BLM and half is forest that we're grazing on. So, and all of that was in an experiment status, the BLM, the Forest Service. And one of the things with HM, we actually are grazing the ranch as a whole. We're not designating Forest Service and BLM, but that's backtracked because of this lawsuit. So, but yes, we have a big piece of base property that sits right in the middle. We're very fortunate. Sits right in the middle of our BLM land, so we don't have to drive cows very far. But we also have this mountain that's a challenge. So anyway.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, all. Thank you, AG, for making the trip here to be with us today.
I'm impressed. So we need to get ourselves back in our brains going, even though we've got blood sugar going to our or blood going to our stomach. So this panel is deliberate water use, resilient pastures, and drought readiness. I want to start this out by saying that I've learned a lot from these folks. The first thing I learned was an old water adage that whiskey's for drinking and water's for fighting. I hadn't heard that before, but I've been drinking all morning, so no. And you know what could go wrong when you have 3 ranchers and 3 water masters sitting up here on the stage together? You know, we're going to talk about water rights and water use and things. So, but no, really, I want to say that I've been talking to these folks for a week or 10 days now on the phone about these things, and I've learned a ton. This is a great group of people who've taken their own time to come and share their experience with you. So thank you very much for being here. We hope to explore how irrigation practices in Northeast Oregon have changed and evolved from flood to wheel lines to semi-automated pivot systems, and what those choices mean for pasture-based management and grazing operations. We'll touch on some of the trade-offs that might happen between different irrigation systems, the role of irrigated pasture in supporting livestock on range, how those choices can enhance a ranch's flexibility and drought resilience. We also want to highlight practical decision-making that's shaped by the land that people live on, the water availability or lack, and the infrastructure and costs associated with long-term stewardship of the ground. So our 3 producers here today are here on their own time, their own dime, taken away from their busy lives to share with you. So I want to welcome first Clint Johnson. Clint, raise your hand down at the far end. Ranch manager of Warnock Ranches, a 4th-generation family cattle operation, currently raising the 5th generation on their land. The ranch has winter range outside of Maupin and summer pasture in Sumter. They run both cow-calf pairs and yearlings across irrigated pastures, as well as Forest Service grazing permits. Water and forage management are central to their operation, and their family uses intensive grazing to optimize pasture health and cattle performance in both their dry and irrigated ground. Mark Butterfield, hey, this isn't even a Nor, this is a Nor. You guys did that nice. Mark Butterfield, B&B Incorporated is a family-run farm that produces mostly export alfalfa and timothy. They also have a cow-calf operation with pasture on Zumwalt Prairie, and that's been in the family since 1967. And Mark wanted to tell you how old he was. That's when he was born is when they got that pasture out there. So he's just a youngster. Not enough gray in the beard yet, Mark. They irrigate mostly with pivots, but they have wheel line, hand lines, and a little flood irrigation, and Mark serves on the board the Wallowa Lake Irrigation District. And then a little bit out of order, but that's okay. We have our other landowner, who is Mr. Mark Kearns from the Kearns Rainbow Ranch, 4th-generation family ranch that's located outside of Haines. It's a cow-calf feeder operation with yearling. They run yearlings as well. They grow their own feed for winter and for backgrounding calves. They have irrigated pasture with private and public range ground, and they use floods and pivot and in between. They use everything technologically from horses and saddles to GPS collared cows. And then our water masters. Mark Anderson is the assistant water master in LeGrand. He was born in Enterprise in God's country, where I live. Worked for ODF&W for Baker for 7 years, loves to fish and hunt, and is a fellow Beeve. He graduated from Oregon State University, so go Beavs. I hear a few of you out there. There's more than that, though, I know. All right, so we come around to. There's only 2 pages here. You'd think I could find it. Marcy. Maybe I do need new glasses. My wife was just telling me this the other day. There we go. Marcy Osborne, Baker County. Born and raised in Baker Valley, the Osborne family was one of the first of 3 families to settle in Baker County. So that's some history there. Growing up, Marcy's family raised registered Hereford cattle, but currently she and her husband raise commercial Angus cattle, and she is the water master for Baker County. Marcus, if I didn't say it, is the assistant water master for Union County. And David Bates, our Wallowa County water master, grew up playing and fishing on the Snake River, helping his family harvest grain out of Condon. Stint with the Forest Service as a hydrotech led him to his interest in streams and rivers and how they work. He graduated from University of Idaho, spent time in Central Oregon, but then moved his family back to Eastern Oregon to Wallowa County in 2014, where he's been the water master ever since. He's also my very good neighbor, just right up the road. David and his wife have 3 lovely daughters that they chase when they're horseback or playing basketball or raising sheep on their small farm. So those are our people. Water's our topic. I think I'm going to change. I had this mic because it's nice and loud to get you back to the table, but I'm going to switch it. I have a loud voice. Can you hear me there? And that one you don't have to hold right next to your mouth, so it'll be a little easier. I'm going to ask these folks about 5 or 6 questions and let them answer on their own, and then we'll have about 15 minutes of question and answer at the end. So have some good questions for them. First of all, I'd like to ask our water masters how irrigation in your district has changed over time, particularly the shift from flood to pressurized systems, and what factors drove those changes. So Marcy, I'll put you on the spot first with a little bit about Baker County.
So what I've noticed in Baker County is there are a lot of people that are transitioning from flood irrigation to wheel lines or pivots. And from what I think from a lot of the drive from that is the type of crops that people are growing. Baker County was mainly a beef country, and so it was hay ground, pasture ground. And now we have people that are growing potatoes, corn, even carrot seed, and some more specialized crops. And so the pivot irrigation allows them to have better control of the application of water and how much they need. But the types of crop, I think, are one of the biggest driving factors within Baker County.
Mark David's fun, yeah.
Yeah, I think Mark could speak probably better to the history, not that we're old, about how things have changed. But what going with what Marcy said about crop type, if you read the Wallowa County decree, it actually says that the primary crop that was grown there at the time the water rights were settled was grain. There wasn't a bread truck coming from Portland all the way up to Wallowa County. That said, some of the driver for changing to a more efficient irrigation system has been the reduced rate that was given by the Wallowa County decree. And so Woody Wolf, Perry Johnston, and a couple others have opted to actually put in pivot systems for their large flood, just because staying within their water right and being viable for like their production on alfalfa was really challenging. And as Woody said, he goes, well, I probably better adjust my system now so that I can't ever go outside of the bounds of my legal limit, because it's not if, it's when that day's probably coming. And I said, well, that's probably a good way to think about it, Woody. So that's been some of the drive there, has been a change in crop type, but the crop type actually dictated the way the water rights were issued up there.
So there traditionally hasn't been that many acres of flood irrigation in Union County because we just don't really have the gradient for it. I think the first pivots were probably put in the 80s, late 80s. most of the changes I've seen since I've been with the department has been people converting from either hand lines or rear lines to pivots.
One thing that, Marcus, you told me on the phone was the variation in flow that happens in Union County. And what was your August number? I thought that was pretty amazing.
Yeah, grandpa's a real kind of a feast or famine system when the snow's melting out. On a normal year, it'll be between probably 3,000 and 5,000 CFS in springtime. And then we'll get down to 10 to 15 in the late summer.
Yeah, that didn't seem like a lot. Any of our, that's not much, right? Do any of our producers have thoughts about changes over time that your families have seen?
Our particular operation is about 2 miles above Phillips Reservoir. So lack of runoff water really affects us. All you spoiled people that are below reservoirs don't know the struggle. So in more recent years, it's been drought situation almost every year, some years worse than others. And that was probably the biggest factor for us to transition into pressurized systems away from flood irrigation. That and the lack of available labor, reliable available labor. When I turn the pivot on, it works.
I would say the biggest driver of my lifetime has been from wheel lines to pivots, and that's currently happening. Most of that's just labor. The labor force it's just easier to faster. It's a long ways.
Yeah, Marcy summed it up for us here in Baker, that all of our acres that have been converted from flood to pivot were all based on crop type that we were able to grow. Most of our grazing acres are still under flood water, but that's based on how much water we have. The pastures we have that are pastures, they're not farm ground because they've only got a few months of runoff water. With no stored water or wells, anywhere that we've got stored water or wells, anywhere we've got season-long water, we've got sprinklers. We've got sprinklers over it. But the ground that's still flood water just doesn't have long enough water rights to really grow a cash crop other than just pastures.
All right, thank you. Our second question is to our producers directly. And Mark, since it's hard for me not to, or it's hard. This is an easy panel for me to remember names. We've got Mark, and Mark. And so I've got pretty good odds. So Mark Kearns, Mr. Kearns, would you please answer, since you have the mic, if you've transitioned from flood to sprinklers or pivots, what motivated that change in particular? And how has it affected your pasture management, livestock timing, or forage production?
Right, so we just kind of went over that part. Our operation has the cow side, but we've also got a pretty big row crop operation too, where we grow potatoes, corn, wheat, and hay, and so that kind of drove the big transition to the sprinklers. And then my end of the operation, the pasture side, like I said, those pastures are flood irrigated because they don't quite have the same water availability. If they had good enough water or good enough ground, they'd be growing potatoes in the Baker Valley. But we all, that being said, we do have a lot of pasture that's under sprinklers. It just depends on how the entire crop rotation with the whole operation is working. And yeah, there's a lot of efficiency to be gained with sprinklers. It's kind of night and day different, the amount of efficiency that you can gain either with water use or if your application. It's night and day different between how well you can manage that water. But there's a lot of benefits to all the pastures, all the hay and grass that we can grow without the sprinklers, with just the flood irrigation. It's simple, it's cheap, it's easy. So there's a lot of benefits to both of them right there.
You bet. You can pass that on down to Mark Butterfield.
We haven't really, I haven't had any flood irrigation really in my lifetime. We have a couple of years. So I would say the biggest reason we don't have flood irrigation, Dave will back me up on this, is our system just won't stand for it. We don't have the water to do that. So we get that water in a pipe, and there's flood irrigators 1 or 2 days a month, and they're out of water for the rest of the month because they use the water rights so quickly. So that's our biggest driver for getting out of that system right now.
They touched on it before, lack of water was our biggest driver. We have about 950 acres irrigated up there. And I put the first pivot in last year. And that was my first experience with pivot ever. I did quite a bit of research with some farmers and had an idea of what to expect. But the difference it made was far more dramatic than I thought it would be. I was told that the pivot would use about 25% of the water that flood irrigating used, and that was totally inaccurate. I think we used maybe 8%, 10% of the water we used, and we cover 25 to 40% more ground with it. Even under the best circumstances on our ranch, there was large sections that couldn't get wet. Water just won't run up there. And then there was also about 30% of the pastures that swamp grass, and the yearlings don't perform well on that. Foot rot problems, a lot of problems that are almost totally alleviated with the pivot. So I'm getting a lot more out of my water, and I'm covering 100% of the ground with the right amount of precipitation. And it freed up more water to go in the areas that I'm still flood irrigating. The pivot covers about 170 acres. So I've still got a little under 800 acres of flood irrigating, and I have more water to put on that. So it made a huge difference just under the pivot. Like you mentioned, we have intensive grazing up there, 1 to 2 day graze periods and 30 to 40 day rest periods on that irrigated pasture. It more than doubled the days on feed under the pivot in 1 year. And the grass is not done improving. Some of them swampy areas, it's going to take a year or two, I think, for that meadow grass to take over. Some of the chronic dry areas still have some bare dirt on them that hasn't filled in with good solid sod yet. I think it's going to take probably 4 or 5 years or more to really see all the changes. We started monitoring with part of Graze Well. My neighbor Dallas over here got us set up with that, and she helps do some monitoring. So I'm really excited to monitor not just the grass, but the soil. And I think we have probably 10 or more years before we can really tell how much it's improving things. But I can tell you in year 1, it more than doubled the days on feed. If that doesn't get you excited as a producer, then maybe you ought to get a desk job.
Well, for those who have desk jobs, do you want to add to anything there? Do we have water masters? Do you want to touch on anything you see when folks are switching over? Glenn, if you pass the mic, they might actually ante up on that.
I just want to quote from Mark's dad. I got to meet Tom Butterfield when I first got up there. It was 2015, it was a dry year. We don't have a lot, but he talked about, your dad talked to me about the days of irrigating out of a lake when they were flooding. A lot of guys were flooding. And he said, we flood really hard, and then we hang up our irrigating boots and go to the mountains in August because there's no water left to irrigate with. So that's just kind of how fast they use it all in one shot. So when Mark says our system won't stand for it, that's kind of what I think you were alluding to, is that you just run it all out and it's done.
All right. So for the water masters to start anyway, how do these different irrigation systems, flood versus pivot, impact your administration, your flexibility, and especially during low water years?
As far as a distribution, for the water master, it changes how much water we're putting in the ditches because the irrigators aren't needing as much, water down the ditch. It really doesn't change our day-to-day activities, just possibly how much water, we have to work with certain ditches. Mark just said this earlier, it does make our job a little bit easier to tell if somebody's stealing water, running a pivot when they're not supposed to be, versus if they're flood irrigating and changing the dam. It's a lot easier for us to tell what's going on, and your neighbor that's gonna tattle on you, when you're running your pivots, and you're not supposed to be, so.
Yeah, no, I really don't. I don't think I can follow that. She said it right. The water users are the most honest people we ever come across. You can leave your wallet loaded full of cash on head gate. They return it to you on Monday morning, but they might have taken the neighbor's water a little bit on Saturday.
There you go. One follow-up question for our producers. Just when you switched, did you end up changing anything in terms of your season-long forage, or are you building up fall fodder for coming home to, or is this a drought backup that you're able to put in your back pocket and give yourself some more comfort?
Well, like I said, as far as our grazing ground has gone, we haven't really moved any of those acres forward towards the pivots. Most of those are still flood irrigated. But as far as, if we wanted to kind of balance the two out, we've got, some of those acres we might grow hay on, some of those acres we might graze. And sometimes that decision might come down to what would be more efficient water use. Under the pivot, if we had a chance to, if we could hay it and then turn that water right back on, that would be a little more efficient use of that water. If we had some water coming down the same ditch and one was going to go to a pasture without a sprinkler and one was going to go to a pasture with one, that would kind of affect our, some of the decisions we might make there. Like I said, we might choose to hay the one that's got the pivot on it, just so we could turn the water on and off a lot faster and get a little more utilization, a little more efficiency out of that short water. And so there's some options like that definitely opens up when you're looking at a shorter water year.
I would say I hate feeding cows as much as anything in the whole world, so we're gonna throw whatever we can intentionally and unintentionally. So our cows come in the hills sometime in October. We don't like to go back on any ground out the small. Even if it breeze up, so we'll run everything on aftermath. When we have in our last year of our Timothy stand terminated. Before second cut in, we planted cover crop for those cows to come in on. That's a world of good for them. They put on a ton of weight. It does incredible other things besides that crop wise. Another thing we do intentionally is after we graze a crop of wheat, our combine's old, and so we just turn the pivot on afterwards and we grow a lot of grain. And those cows can use that. Good. I think in an emergency situation, we could not pull a second cutting off for Timothy and just graze that. That would be at last resort, but it's always sitting there because let's get I can feed the cows and 100 cows are real big. So that's our kind of our drought plan, I guess you would call it.
The way we run up there, we have our yearlings on that irrigated pasture, and in the past, we always run short of water, being above the reservoir. So we destock as we get short of water. The dry spots get bigger, the green spots get smaller, right? We destock so that we can account for that. Our cows come off the Forest Service a lot, and they got to be off at the end of September. Typically, we can't stay that long anyway, just the feed runs out, and we can't send them home to Shannaco where we run them on pasture through the winter too. Any earlier than we have to. They have to store that winter feed up all summer, and they can't eat it off too early, they're getting like him, they don't like feed cows. And so the pivot has really helped to maximize as we de-stop the yearlings, you know, they're gone by early September. We can run that pivot around and what little flood area and what do we have around and get some regrowth for them forest cows to come down on and keep them till the snow pushes us out. So minimize feeding cows is definitely a big factor for us too.
Okay. In drought years, it looks, you know, I sat at lunch table with these guys and as soon as I said something about how's this year shaping up, well, that was a long conversation that could go on for a long time. But I also heard as I talked to them about how they plan for drought years and how that irrigated ground plays in. So for all panelists, but let's start with our landowners, producers. In drought years, how do irrigation choices influence your ability to adapt? Whether that's cutting back, shifting timing, or relying more heavily on pasture ground, irrigated pasture ground.
Well, I guess I'll go first since I got the mic. The pivot's pretty new, and I'm still learning a lot. On drought years, we just figure it out. We do what we have to do, it seems like, and there's never one answer. It usually takes a half a dozen different solutions to get us through. We have cows, like a lot of the producers around here, we have them scattered all over the Northwest, and a lot of times we got to find pasture elsewhere. The yearlings give us some flexibility. We can send them to the feedlot a little early. The pivot has been huge just on the water saving that it provides. We're going to put another one in probably early next spring. It's been so effective. I think it's going to be a tool that is changing. I mean, it's going to change our paradigm. It has a dramatic and immediate effect on how we can manage through drought and mitigate some of that. Now, that being said, this year is shaping up to be a doozy. I don't know if we're going to have enough water to run the pit come September. So I'm still learning a lot.
I would say drought years won't really affect our irrigated pasture that much because by the time we get where we'd be on restrictions on the lake, those are pretty much done being irrigated for the year. If we have to start getting on rotations with water, we just pick a crop we're not gonna take. It's like having earth or cutting on or whatever. Or we're just more thoughtful about irrigation. We do a lot of that, and everybody does a lot of that. They get more thoughtful about irrigating and really get responsible. That's nice. I don't know what else to say about that. That's kind of how we do. Yeah, we get intentional, and everybody gets it.
Yeah, so the drought time is gonna have, it's gonna have a lot to do with, how we're irrigating this year. Part of our drought plan this year is, we've carried over a lot of hay. We're kind of prepared to feed it later this spring if we need to, and feed it earlier this fall if we need to. And kind of, one thing that'll decide that, one thing we'll have to decide is where we're gonna feed that. Because if we're having to feed longer, then we're gonna have to sacrifice some pasture. And so a lot of our pastures, they've all got, varying water rights. Some of them are really junior, some of them are really senior. And so as we start getting into this, if it looks like we're gonna be feeding a lot of hay this summer, then we're probably just gonna pick one of these pastures that's probably got a junior water right and probably not gonna amount to anything. It's gonna grow anything any real significant anyways, and we'll probably just have to lock some cows up and feed them there. And so that'll probably make a difference. Allocating our water will be kind of drought dependent. Like I said, we'll kind of look at what pastures are going to be the most productive. We've got some really, really rocky pastures, and we've got some really junior water rights that are pretty marginal and good here. And so some of that ground might just get kind of sacrificed. We might just kind of, if we get some water allocated to one of those acres, we might just send those down another ditch and try to get more water into a pasture that's actually gonna produce something. So the drought time is gonna have it's gonna play into a lot of which pastures we're irrigating and how we're doing it.
Right? Do we have follow-up comments from water masters on drought year?
I've noticed this year, so the irrigation season starts in Baker Valley on March 1st. Most of the time, you can't get to half of the head gates, to even open them up. But I've had people open up March 1st this year, so they are starting to irrigate those junior water rights now when there is water available. So people have started way earlier, trying to get at least some water on their most junior ground to try and get something, off of it. From a water master standpoint, it could either go two ways. It's gonna be over really quick because all the water's gone, or it's gonna drag out and people are gonna be fighting over, small amounts of water throughout the whole summer.
In dry years, I get very thankful for the character of the people that I actually get to work with. When it comes to the farming and the ranching community, reputation is who people say you are, and character is who you are when you don't think anybody's looking. And when I've asked people to turn off in Wallowa County, I have never had to write a single letter saying, you need to listen to me. People just do it. We do it respectfully, shake their hands. Most of those folks know where they stand in line with their priority dates. But what a relief it is to actually have really good people to work with as far as having to do our day jobs and live in the communities as well.
I would say in drought years, it definitely takes a lot more communication between, us as water master staff and irrigators. Like I said earlier, as low as the Grand Ron gets, we might only have 5 or 6 CFS to work with, so, as soon as these guys can get across one field, we need to know so we can send it on to the next guy. And, and if you get a rainstorm, you get a little bump of water, we definitely wanna let some of these people turn back on while they can when there's a little push of water coming through.
So these guys are answering questions so well and quickly that we're ahead of schedule. And I'm going to throw them a curveball and make one up. I didn't really. You'll know what I mean. But and it's maybe an easy question too. So as we talked on the phone before this session, I heard you talking about flood irrigation, tailwater, and neighborliness. But then and Marcus, I'll hit you right here, 12 CFS in August for the entire Grand Ron Valley. Talk about cooperation and neighborliness versus whiskey and water for fighting.
Well, it's not really 12 for the whole basin, it's for the Grand Ron River. Catholic still produces some water that time of year. But, what was the question?
Just about neighboring and cooperation.
Yeah, it's definitely makes my job a lot when people want to cooperate and communicate between themselves and get along more than they don't. Sometimes I don't like to play that way.
Some of the things that I've noticed in drought years is people that cooperate and work together, they'll do rotations with each other. So they'll pool, a group of 2 or 3 irrigators water together, and rather than everybody getting 1 CFS or, 2 CFS individually, now they have 6 or 7, combined together, and then they rotate it amongst themselves. And so they're getting more water at one time. To get over the ground, and then it goes on to the next person within their rotation. So that's something that I've noticed in drought years of people, cooperators working together, and then also working with our office so that we know kind of what's going on, so we can administer it, the best way, the most efficient way possible to everybody.
We do have rotations every now and then, and it's very well followed, and if it's not, we're usually the first neighbor to remind somebody, or the neighbors reminding us. But it's pretty honest, like David said, it's mostly pretty honest.
So there's two producers on our ditch, 4 ranches, the 2 producers. We lease one ranch, the previous lease the other ranch. We get along really well, never fight over water, thankfully. The next pivot that we plan on putting in, we are collaborating with them, and the pivot is gonna go onto their property too. We'll end up probably, I don't know how we're gonna figure it out, but we'll lease them the pivot for a certain amount of days or whatever it takes to cover their rent too. And that's part of our, I maybe should have mentioned in our drought strategy was, as we run short of water, I've talked with the DeFreeze, and if I don't have enough water to run the pivot on our share, I'll borrow some of theirs and then give them some extra of our water for a few days to make that work, just to try to keep as much green as we can.
Super, thank you. So, kind of to put a cap on our question and answer session, for each of you, if you take your crystal ball and look ahead 10 to 20 years, our sign in the back asks you about 30 years, so you can go there if you want. What do you think will matter most for sustaining irrigated pasture and grazing systems in this region?
That's a really good question. Drought is going to be a huge issue for us, but I think kind of like we talk about with the rangeland management, just water management, as technology gets better, we're going to get better at spreading the water across the ground and making the most of every drop of it.
I would say technology is probably the biggest thing that we're going to see. It's what we're already seeing with pivots. Now we have pivots with our phones. We have monitoring devices in the ground and monitor with our phones. And so we have technology that's going to be the biggest thing. And I think for our county, it's going to be a dam. We're supposed to drop the mic.
Well, speaking of what kind of tailing on to what Mark was saying there, as far as stored water goes, you know, if you combine water efficiency with the ability to store water, I mean, you're changing the timing and location of when and where water shows up in the system. So, you know, theoretically, at least in Wallowa County, with a new dam and with people actually able to just turn their pivots off and on, with Matt Melcherson in the district, you know, there's an opportunity for wins for farms and fish there, definitely, when it comes to agreements these guys have made, and the ability to actually not just have to take all their water in one shot, like it is Father's Day, when everybody hung up their irrigating units because there's nothing left to irrigate with. So there's opportunities to change the timing of it. Stored water, I think, across the board, when we talk about the future of insecurity, I just fail to see how stored water isn't a major factor in that. If you have a storage facility, maintain it well, do whatever it takes to keep it operating good, because the ability to capture water when you might have varying hydrographs or fluctuating hydrographs or changing of the timing of runoff a little bit, you know, nothing in nature is straight line. And so the ability to store that for a little bit and then make use of it when the temperatures and the grass needs it, I don't see how that's not going to help.
I definitely think, you know, more and more people are going to be moving towards wheel lines, pivots, things like that. I don't think their flood irrigation is going to completely ever go away. There's just some places where it's not feasible to run off a pressurized system. So I think flood irrigation is always going to be around, but it's going to get smaller and smaller. But the key, I think, for future is that everybody needs to pay attention, you know, to their water and make the best use of it, manage it the best possible way that you can to eliminate waste. And also to start working with your neighbors, you know, to see what's the best option for both of you guys or a group of people, you know, to sustain your ground and get better, you know, for longer and future generations.
Yeah, I would say technology and efficiency and communication. would be probably what I see the future doing more of. Just making sure they're using the water, not wasting any water, would be, they're using the most efficient way you can. More communication between landowners so they can make the water go as far as they can.
Yeah, I think in the future, water supply is always gonna be an issue. I think these dry cycles that we keep seeing less and less available. Water is probably not a trend that's gonna disappear. Groundwater supplies are getting tighter. I mean, it's, there's a lot of wells we've got to punch deeper to get water to, and these snow cycles seem to be, less and less water, like Clint said. Been in basically what seems like a drought for the last 5 or 6 years. And I don't really see that trend changing. I really wish there was a way that we could build, we could start capturing some stored water, if we could get some reservoirs in some of these drainages and store this water. I don't picture the state of Oregon really ever getting behind that, but if I could change one thing in the world, that would be one thing that I would absolutely love to do. Is like the little watershed where I'm at, it's all just runoff. It's feast for famine. We'll be out of it this summer. But man, if we could store that, there'd be a lot of acres we could keep wet for the entire season. An interesting problem where I'm at going into the future is the urbanization creates a challenge. We've just kind of got this big watershed of irrigation, and it used to just kind of be one big watershed of farms and ranches, and like Mark asked earlier about tailwater and being neighborly and things like that, it was all pretty simple. But now you've got a big pasture, and then maybe below it there's a 5-acre subdivision, and then on down to the next field you might have another house, and then you might have a 10-acre hobby farm, and maybe the subdivision below you, they don't want your tailwater. Or there's a guy above you with his 10 acres that he bought that doesn't have water right, but your ditch goes through him and he'd really like to be irrigating out of it. And so those all bring a lot of challenges that we weren't really ready for, and the state really doesn't want to deal with either. And so that's just another challenge that we have to work with. We have to try to figure out what to do with tailwater. I mean, people that want to build a house with a basement and then realize why there weren't any basements around that neighborhood. And so got to work around some things like that. And so that's a challenge going into the future.
Yeah, you bet. Thank you. Did anybody else on the panel want to add on to any of that? Was there something we left unsaid that you want to say?
Really glad you brought up Marcy talked about how it doesn't see any flood irrigation, and in some areas that's true, but if you do have like producers here, sorry, I was going to guess Mark, said that, if you got a bunch of 5-acre parcels down below you, I'm down on Diamond Prairie, you're seeing that in a lot of subdivisions, and you've got a few hundred acres of flood. You don't have enough head pressure to really justify putting in a gravity pipeline. It's tough to make a jump for these producers to cough up the dollars to buy a pivot and justify the power bill to run it. So people go dig their septic pits in like June or in the spring. Well, the groundwater level is pretty low because nobody's really started flooding hard. There was a little bit of a time delay. And so then once that shallow groundwater system gets charged up, boy, it doesn't take a whole lot more to really push it. And floodwater doesn't respect fence lines as well as a sprinkler does. It starts going underneath. And so, like his example, like if I was Marcy's neighbor and I flooded out her hay, so I was flood irrigating, she'd be grumpy at me, but she'd probably go turn it a few more times, dry it out, and still put up a hay crop. But if I flood her out to the point to where she can't flush her toilet anymore, and it's her daughter's graduation party, you start getting letters from attorneys really quick. And so as far as the future of like flood irrigation and technology goes, I'm really glad that he hit on development down at this other end of the panel, because that is probably a larger a larger potential force against staying with flood irrigation than even the water rights alone.
So we end at the septic tank. Thank you, David. All right, well, we are perfectly on schedule, and we do have questions from the audience. Would you like my mic?
Thank you for the panel, and I have a couple of questions for Clint and maybe Mark Butterfield. You mentioned doubling the forage production with less water on your percent of it. And people talk a lot about water storage. What I'm suspecting is you have a lot more water storage in your topsoil, probably better porosity and aggregation. And that's a missing discussion about water storage. State of Oregon is not going to let us put in a lot of reservoirs. But we can sure increase the porosity and aggregation of our soils, especially with the help of technology like Cinerbase and good management. Anyway, any comments on soil storage of water?
So I'm not super intelligent about that specific topic. The ground where we live has a lot of clay. So it takes it a while to soak up, but it also holds water better. I try to get it real wet in the spring and then maintain it easier throughout the summer, the hotter months. The pivot makes that easier, obviously. I do, at least this last year, and I plan to do it every year, when I have a lot of water in the spring, I still flood under the pivot. One, to really saturate that ground, and two, to mitigate ground squirrel infestation. If I can flood it once a year, I think that it'll help keep the squirrels out. Does that answer your question, kind of? I'm very interested as we monitor the soil moving forward to see what improvements, what changes are made by it. Maybe not everybody, but it's well known that flooding does increase compaction in your soil. And since we have a heavy clay soil already, it's pretty compacted. If you go try to drive a steel post out there in August, you'll figure it out real quick. It's hard.
Just there's a lot of potential to increase porosity and aggregation in any soil type.
That's my understanding, but there are probably people that are smarter than me about that.
I would agree. There is some opportunity there. It seems to be fairly short lived. I don't think for our passions and native, we have a little bit of flood irrigation, native passions, not flood irrigation, but when we did flood it years ago, flood irrigation lasted a month. You know, irrigation right now with the hand line, what we have, 2-3 weeks maybe. So there is some opportunity there. But cropland, you know, there is an opportunity there, but it's hard to get done.
This maybe clarifies it. When I was flooding, or while I'm still flooding, it's about a 3 to 4 week rotation on my flooding. I can't go that long on the pivot. I hit it once every 4 days on the pivot over it probably. But I'm putting down, flooding, I was probably putting down 8 inches of water. Now I'm putting down 1 inch. That makes sense.
Yeah, and that's kind of an interesting, or we've got kind of an interesting way of looking at the storing groundwater. Like I said, on Rock Creek where we're at, we don't have any stored water. It's just spring runoff, and the pastures I irrigate were probably out of water. On a really good year, the 1st of July, and then most years will be mid-June for the pastures, and so since we can't store any water, my goal is to try to store as much as I can just in our ground, which means we just want to get as much water out of the ditch and into the ground as I can. Well, when the runoff's there, we've either got it or we don't, and I want that water in the ground rather than going down the creek in the river. And so as many acres as I can just get that water spread out and put in the ground is kind of the best way I can think of to store it. And that is one advantage that flood has over pivot is intentionally inefficient irrigation. If it's coming down the creek and there's no other option besides just getting it out somewhere, whether you need it or not, that's one way we've got of storing groundwater is just being able to pick it up out of the creek and go put it out on the ground somewhere and try to get your ground table kind of picked up and try to get some water stored there for the year.
I'll ask a question. So I got to shake a couple years ago. I really disputed me coming from the basin country, but the concept of sub irrigation and taking up that groundwater flow from the neighbors uphill. If we go to pivots, that's probably gonna go away. What do you think kind of the second order effects of that transition with high efficiency systems might be?
Yeah, that's kind of back to what I was, just thinking about. In our rural area, I kind of think that any water we've got going out, it's really rocky where I'm at, and so you can notice a big difference how that groundwater moves. You turn this ditch on over here, and then pretty soon this pond, this gravel field start filling up. And so, our neck of the woods, anytime we've got water out, you can see it moving around, in the groundwater. In our neighborhood, we get along pretty good because anyone that's got water out is kind of helping the overall groundwater table. So if my neighbor wants some water, I'm all for it, because I'm going to get some use out of it too. And as long as all these ditches are on, the groundwater's coming up, and we're going to see some benefit from it. But yeah, that definitely goes away when you switch to sprinkler irrigation. As it gets more efficient, there's going to be a lot less tailwater and sun and things like that. Probably not, a bad thing. Obviously, that water's flowing exactly where it needs to be, but it is nice right now to have some freebies.
I really enjoyed listening to these producers to talk about their different methods of applying it, or even flooding into a pivot. I like hearing that a little bit because, from a state perspective, we don't get to tell you guys how to irrigate your ground. We just tell you how much water you get to irrigate it with. So as long as it's not exceedingly wasteful or like flooding out a neighbor, the state's going to stay out of it. And really, it's up to you guys to make the on-the-ground decisions as to how best to use your water when you have it. And I think that's a big thing. So,
on your point, I see a positive from mitigating some of that sub stuff. At least on our property, we have quite a few little artesians that come up swampy spots, and that's not a positive thing. Those spots are always the spots that are easy to get water to stay wet, stay green. Well, the problem with the sub is now they're growing swamp grass, and the cows really don't like it, and they don't convert that to pounds of beef very well. That's one of the biggest positives of putting the pivot in, from my perspective, is getting rid of some of those swampy areas. Now, obviously you don't want those turning brown, but for our acreage, they're not, they're just growing better grass.
I think we're good.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all.
Been pretty special to pair the two together. So today, across Northeast Oregon and throughout the West, I think we're seeing kind of at this pivotal moment. We're seeing a lot of our rangeland specialists that have been in the field for a long time. We're seeing agency staff and our ranching community starting to retire. At the same time, enrollment in natural resources and range science programs, we're seeing that enrollment with students decrease dramatically. And I think agencies and producers alike are asking the same question. Who is ready to step in next? This conversation is really more about jobs. It's about ensuring that we have leadership, skills, and knowledge, relationships moving into the future to steward our lands. Lands that support family livestock operations, wildlife habitat, rural economies, cultural traditions, water systems, and community identity. We also know that many students, especially those that haven't had an agricultural background, are looking for something meaningful, a way to have a hands-on experience. Without those experiences, it's really difficult to build both confidence and competence. So today's panel is going to bring leaders together who are actively building solutions through apprenticeships, mentorships, leadership programs, and university options, also workforce pathways. Together, we'll explore how to move from interest to preparation, to meaningful employment, and ultimately to long-term stewardship of our working lands. To understand how we grow the next generation, we really have to start where their experience begins, and that's on the land itself. We have kind of an interesting session here. We're going to begin by hearing from Leah Ritchie with the Cuerva Coalition, who will share insights of their work in New Mexico, Montana, and Colorado, including the new agrarian program, their mentoring resources, and strategies for connecting beginner ranchers to meaningful career pathways and social networks in working lands and natural resource fields. We'll follow Leah's conversation with Stacy Barta with the Department of Natural Resource Conservation. Stacy is a rangeland specialist in Montana who has been working closely with Montana State University and ranching families across Montana to create internship opportunities that immerse students directly in ranch management. We're then going to shift to a great panel discussion here. We'll bring Leah and Stacy back out, where we'll actually then be joined by Brian and Matt and Eric and also Jacob. So I'll introduce them a little bit more as we bring the panel on up here. But for now, let's jump right in and kick it off with Leah, who will walk us through their apprenticeship and mentorship models and what they look like in practice.
Thanks, Marcy. All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Leah Ritchie. I direct the New Agrarian Program at Quivira Coalition. So just briefly about Quivira, we were founded in the late 1990s by a couple of ranchers and a couple Sierra Club members who believe that not only should agriculture and conservation not be in contention with one another, but that good agriculture should be conservation and that we need to be working together for the stewardship of Western working lands. So we're based in New Mexico. We work throughout the West. We have three main areas of programming. We do on-land workshops, webinars, a big annual conference that's going to be in Santa Fe at the end of October this year. We do some direct support for producers to help producers adopt land management practices that improve soil health and provide climate resilience. And then another wing of our programming is our new agrarian program, recognizing that if we are trying to build resilience on our working lands, both ecological, economic, and social health of our rural communities, we need to be thinking about who's going to tend to our working lands in the future. So our new agrarian program includes an apprenticeship and now a couple of fellowship programs. So I'm going to share a little bit about how we structured our programs, and I think also some things that we've learned along the way about some of the challenges that young people going into careers in agriculture and land management, particularly in rural places, face, and how collectively we can help support the next generation. And just to kick us off, we're going to play a quick video. While she's pulling it up, the video, this was filmed at a workshop that we do in Montana every year with a group of our apprentices. And someone who helps us coordinate the workshop, talking about the benefit that these types of programs bring not only to young people who are trying to get into a career in land management, but also how these programs support rural communities as well.
You can never know the kind of impact you have. Apprentices bridge people because they bring so much to communities and to the mentors. I am a part of the 5th generation of our family's ranch here in the Blackfoot Valley in Humboldt, Montana. I grew up on the ranch, and because it's a generational ranch, I think we learned it progressively, just being a part of the family and learning it day to day growing up. I worked here a lot in the summers. So I've been a part of the new agrarian program and help with workshop and education coordination to be able to be a part of helping them figure out how to do it, or if it's a part of their life is really rewarding. I think agriculture and land stewardship and animal stewardship is really complex. I think even really good land managers right now, they would be the first to tell you that nature's complexity takes a lifetime to be able to understand it. And the wisdom and the knowledge that comes with being on the land for a long time is great, but that oftentimes comes with getting stuck in tradition to some extent. And it's also true that we learn new things every day about land management and about ecosystems. And so I think that the ability to have an open mind and to be able to use that new knowledge is also really important. Finding a balance or finding a way to respect and value what years and years of experience has given land stewards brings a new energy to ranching. Almost any mentor that I've talked to that has had apprentices, my family included, has definitely felt that and needed that. A lot of them don't know where they fit into agriculture right now. Maybe that's being a rancher, maybe that's being in an adjunct supporting role through a conservation agency, but having the background knowledge to be able to understand what ranchers are going through. Maybe that's having their own operation, maybe that's managing for someone else years down the road. In most of agriculture, we really need our partnerships with lots of different people, and if apprentices end up being partners in the future, that's just as valuable as whether they end up being land managers. I love watching the passion and the drive that they have for agriculture, because I think coming from a ranching background, it was still hard to make the choice to come into agriculture. I love what it brings to rural communities because they need that. They need that passion to energize them and the new ideas that come in with new people.
Great. All right. On Kavira's YouTube, we have a couple of other videos that talk more about the mentoring perspective of our apprenticeship program, the way the program supports community amongst young people. So check those ones out. Just a quick snapshot of how our apprenticeship program works. And I'm going to go into more detail a little bit later about some of the ways that we address challenges, but just to give you an idea of how our program is structured. Our apprenticeship program, it's an 8-month full season apprenticeship. So we partner with experienced ranchers who hire their apprentice as an employee. They put them on payroll, provide housing, and work with them for a full season. So this is different from like a lot of internship programs that might only be for a period of a few weeks. This is a full season, so it's both a full immersion for the apprentice and also fills a labor need that the mentor has. Our program provides training and support for both the apprentices and the mentors. So the actual on-the-ground work happens between the apprentice and their mentor. We support mentors with hiring, figuring out how to work with and give effective feedback to someone who's learning. We provide monthly calls for the apprentices where we bring in outside speakers. We host a couple of workshops for them where we bring them together during the season. And then we have program staff who check in with both mentors and apprentices throughout the season to support them, with whatever sort of support they need during the season. We also recently added a couple of fellowship programs. So our apprenticeship program, it's really for people who are getting started. And what we found is that even after doing a year, 2 years of apprenticeship, that there's a huge gap that exists for someone who's trying to make a career out of ranching, whether they're trying to become a ranch manager or run their own operation. And so we started a fellowship program 2 years ago that's focused on business and financial and leadership support. So it's not focused on production, but is really helping people gain the skills that they need to run a business. And a little snapshot about who our apprentices are. So our apprentices come from all over the country. Some come from farming or ranching families and are doing the apprenticeship specifically because they want to work with someone who is doing holistic or regenerative management, and they want to be able to bring that back to their family ranch. But for the most part, these are people who did not grow up in ranching and farming. They're not going to inherit land or a business. Some of them have worked in agriculture and they're trying to get livestock experience. Some may be coming from other types of work where they know they want to work outside and work with their body and work with animals. And this is their foot in the door. And who are our mentors? So right now we're working with mentors in Montana, Colorado, New Mexico, a few in some surrounding states. We have tried to geographically focus our program in regions that are close to where we have staff, so that we can bring apprentices together for our workshops so that staff can visit the operations during the season. I'll talk more about, we want to support apprenticeships in other regions and how we're doing that, but that's where we have our program focused right now. We have a pretty big scale of the types of operations, and some are smaller family-run operations. Some are tens of thousands of acres and more corporate run. We have some folks who have been doing holistic management since the 80s and are real leaders, and others who are just starting to transition the way they manage and are really excited about having an apprentice available to help them. And our mentors come into the program for a number of different motivations. Some just love to teach and are excited to have an opportunity to share their knowledge and experience with someone else. Some have had a hard time finding labor, sometimes finding labor period, or finding labor that has the same values and cares about managing in the same way that they want to manage. Some of the mentors in our program, their kids have all left the ranch and are not coming back, and they're trying to figure out how they can someday pass their ranch on, or at least make sure that it stays in production if their kids are not coming back to it. So there's, a lot of different motivations, but I think in general, everyone who's a mentor in the program, they care about supporting the next generation, about sharing what they have learned over their career and making sure that that is passed on to the next generation. We have a few requirements. Our mentors have to have at least 5 years of experience. So it's a pretty low bar, but we sometimes have people who are, new and are really eager to, have other people, young apprentice join them, but we want them to have at least figured out their business and gotten on solid ground themselves before they're mentoring someone else. They have to be able to hire their apprentice and put them on payroll and provide workers' comp, so treat them as an employee and provide housing for them. So we've been operating our apprenticeship program since 2009. At this point, we have over 160 alumni, and a couple of years ago, we did a big evaluation with our alumni to understand where are people at now, what are some of the challenges that they're continuing to face. And these challenges, though they're things we've heard from our alumni, I think a lot of these challenges also apply to young people who are trying to go into other careers in land management and range stewardship. And then the other thing is these challenges are pretty focused on some of the social aspects. So in Chad's presentation earlier, the 3 overlapping circles Venn diagram, there are absolutely other challenges that people going into these careers will face related to production and dealing with climate instability. And that's why it's important that we have gatherings like these where we're bringing lots of people together from different disciplines to share resources and best practices, but strictly thinking about the challenges that people face that are sort of more in the social realm. One is that there's a lack of opportunity for newcomers to get their foot in the door or gain experience. So again, specifically for people who didn't grow up in land management or ranching or farming, families or communities, that experience and actual hands-on experience is so important to go into these careers. And unless we have programs that are available to help people gain experience, it's hard to even figure out where to get started. Interpersonal conflicts in small teams, especially for family operations. I'm sure lots of people here are familiar with just dealing with family dynamics. And we have an apprentice who worked for a family operation that had never hired an employee outside of the family prior. And the way he described it was his mentor and his mentor's dad communicated pretty much exclusively in grunts and nods. And it was like learning a foreign language, figuring out how to work effectively with them. So figuring out how to communicate well and navigate conflict, that's a skill that is critically important and is often not something that is taught or not something that we focus on learning. And so giving that skill to both the mentors we work with and also people who are going into these careers. Finding intermediate steps between apprenticeship and management or ownership positions. Our apprenticeship program does a really good job of helping people get their foot in the door. And our ultimate goal is not just to get people's foot in the door, but to get them to a place where they're actually going to find success and can make a career out of the direction that they're going. And that's where our manager fellowship program comes in, and where I think we're trying to focus more of our efforts now of making sure that people who go through these programs have a way of finding sustainability and success so that this can actually be a viable career path, not just something fun to do for a few years in your 20s. And then the last one, social isolation. This one, it might not seem like a really serious thing, but I think it is a really big deal when we're thinking about how do we get young people back into rural communities and going into careers where we have a lot of people who are set to retire in the coming years. That when we did our evaluation with our alumni, 100% of our respondents said that they had some amount of challenges related to isolation, loneliness, that particularly when we're thinking about people who are newcomers to rural communities who don't have a social network built in, oftentimes people who don't have a family yet, they're trying to figure out, how can I make this career work? I haven't found my life partner. People need social support and they need ways to feel like they're part of a community. And it's something that I think we should be thinking about seriously. So a few ways that we have intentionally designed our programming to address some of these challenges. We do conflict management and communication training, both with our mentors and with our apprentices. So at the beginning of the season and in our mentor training, we had tried to address this directly. And again, this is an important skill for working in any business, being able to work effectively with neighbors and work across conflict. In our program, we also provide one-on-one program coordinator support. So I mentioned earlier, we have tried to structure our program so that we have some geographic clusters so that our staff can go out and visit apprentices and mentors and be available as a resource when needed. Another big thing that we focus on is providing networking opportunities through our program. And so rather than just, training people on the technical aspects of how to become a rancher, One of the things that we really focus on is exposing people to and helping them build professional connections that they'll need for success. And so we bring our apprentices together for a few workshops during the year. We do supplemental ed calls where we're inviting different speakers from the community who can serve as a resource for them. And then we end our season at our big annual conference, which is a huge networking event. And throughout all of these things, we're trying to bring people together so that they feel like they're part of a bigger community. They have access to the community for finding their next job, and that they feel like they're part of a community that is working towards something together. We also provide financial support for travel for our apprentices for all of the elements that we require in the program. I think maybe the way this would apply more broadly outside of our program is that these training programs, they do need to provide a living wage for participants. We need to recognize that cost of living has gone up. People oftentimes are taking a risk when going into these programs. And for programs to be able to provide financial support and programs that are apprenticeship programs and apprenticeship programs need to provide a living wage. Gone are the days of expecting someone to work for free for a year and try to live off just the experience. That we actually need to be paying people for their labor. And then lastly, we try to directly address stress management and provide mental health support. We've partnered with AgWell, which is a program of the Rocky Mountain Farmers Union, to offer weekly drop-in calls. We switched from, originally we called them mental health calls. Somebody one year dubbed it the loneliness seminar, and then nobody showed up. But it's based on the idea that a strong social network is the #1 protective factor against mental health risk. So against depression, suicide prevention, the best way to protect for that is to have a strong social network. And so our apprentices, they're spread out all over the place. They're all in very rural, isolated areas. Having the weekly drop-in call, it's another way to provide a space for people to connect with peers and build some social connections with other people in the program. Not feel like they're so isolated and so alone. We also provide mental health and crisis intervention training for our staff, and try to just directly address the fact that mental health is a challenge in rural communities, and agriculture is an inherently stressful and challenging career. For our mentors, we provide training before they start our program. So we have a series of free mentor training calls. They're actually open to the public. So anyone here who's interested in learning more about how to effectively mentor early career folks, those happen in the fall through the spring. And it's everything from, trying to figure out, like, is mentorship even for you? What do you have to offer? How to find and hire someone who's a good fit for your operation, how to give effective feedback. So we provide training and support for our mentors, recognizing that most mentors in our program, they are ranchers first and teachers second, and teaching is a new skill to learn. And when we did our alumni evaluation, we found that 80% of our alumni are still working in agriculture, which is a pretty impressive statistic. We have, at this point, over 160 alumni, and our ultimate goal is, again, not to just get their foot in the door and try it out, but to actually support people to the point where they find success and are able to make a livelihood out of this. We've had several graduates of our program from our early years get to the point where they have now become mentors in our program, which I think is that's the ultimate goal, is to be training people, support them to the point where they find success, and then they are then passing that on to the next generation after them. And before I get off stage here, just a few other resources that I want to mention. On Kavira's website, We have a whole bunch of different technical guides. We have 2 podcasts, the Regeneration Rising podcast. That one is specifically telling the stories of young people who are going into and navigating careers in land stewardship and agriculture. We have our mentor training calls and a mentor training handbook that are available on our website. And then our Regenerate conference that's in late October in Santa Fe, and we have a lot of scholarships available to support beginning farmers and ranchers in attending the conference. We use the USDA definition, which is first 10 years of ownership or primary management, so it's a pretty broad definition. And yeah, I'm gonna not take questions now. I'm gonna save questions for after our panel. But that's my email. Oh, the other thing I wanted to mention while I'm up here, just in case I don't get to mention it during the panel, beyond running our own program, we're really interested in supporting mentorship in land management and agriculture in general. So our resources, we make them freely available to the public. We're also always happy to get on a call, whether it's someone who is trying to start an apprenticeship program at an organization like Wallowa Resources. If you are, a rancher yourself and you're curious about how you could play a role in supporting a newcomer on your ranch, that we are, really invested in supporting mentorship broadly in this field, whether it's in our program or not. And so if it's something that you're curious in getting support on or learning more about, definitely drop us a line.
Leah, thank you so much. I think it's such an inspiring program, such a neat opportunity for young people or people really interested in changing career and wanting to go into ranching. And so I know we want to inspire people here too. We've been talking a lot at Wallowa Resources about wanting to start a new agrarian program. So thinking about, if anybody is interested in mentoring, this is something we really want to consider. So keep that in mind as we continue talking. We are now going to transition to Stacy, that's going to join us from Montana up here via Zoom. And thanks, Stacy, so much for being with us. I've had the pleasure of listening to Stacy at a couple different events, and she just has a wonderful program too to share. So Stacy, with that, we'd love to hear how this partnership came together and what you're learning from engaging students directly with ranching families throughout Montana.
Well, thank you, Marcy, and thank you for letting me talk today for a little bit. I chose not to do a slideshow, so the Working Lands Internship Program started in 2018. The Rangeland Resources Program at DNRC is guided and directed by a governor-appointed board of ranchers from across the state, and they very much wanted to install a mentorship type program within the Rangeland Resources Program. So we found this internship program and modeled it after one that was similar in Wyoming at the time that no longer exists. And the way ours works is we take 2 to 4 interns a summer, and they spend 2 to 3 weeks at 3 to 5 different ranches across Montana's landscape. And they live with the ranch host and work alongside them, doing whatever happens on the ranch during that time frame. And these are typically students that do not come from an ag background. Also, we're finding the majority of them are not from Montana. So these are students who've come to Montana University System schools, want to get involved in natural resources, but don't have the background to jump right into the ranching or natural resource world. They cover the entire state geography, so we have hosts all over Montana. The large amount of our hosts do reside in central and eastern Montana. I got a chuckle out of Leah's slide that had all the hosts or the mentors on it, because half of them I recognize, and some of them actually participate in my program. So some of my interns actually overlap with the agrarian program as well. To date, we've done 23 interns, including the ones that will come on board this summer. We do a safety training that we started in 2018, and I partner with the Dan Scott Ranch Management Program out of MSU to run that safety program before the interns head out for the summer. And last year, we worked with partners in our state with Rancher Stewardship Alliance and Winnet ACES to initiate a ranch boot camp. And this is a week-long, fully immersed, up to your eyeballs ranch boot camp for interns, not only from my program, but from the Dan Scott Ranch Management Program, and also New Agrarian are welcome and did attend the first one. So that's been a lot of fun and great partnership across central Montana to give those interns the opportunity to kind of get some hands-on training. That week-long boot camp is also, the courses in it are taught by ranchers from the area. So students learn everything from how to fix fence to how to hook up a trailer to how to drive a stick shift. It's been a lot of fun. Our host ranches are volunteers. We pay for the interns' wages and workman's comp, and the host provides the learning opportunity and room and board, which has worked out really well from our aspect. What it is not, it is not a tool to fill a labor void for the summer, since they're only there for a couple weeks, and most of my hosts only host one intern a summer. It's really a learning and mentoring opportunity. My interns and hosts both fill out evaluations on their stay. My interns also submit reports based on their stay. And I work with the Montana University system in recruiting the interns. It is a competitive application process where we only do 2 to 4 a summer based on our host ranch availability. It is competitive. I have learned over the years that we do target juniors and seniors for juniors and seniors in college. The maturity level with juniors and seniors is just a nice spot and a good fit with the ranch hosts. We have had some hiccups with the younger students, not anything tragic or insurmountable, but I have found that the older students just are a better fit. And where these students stay at a host ranch in their house for 2 to 3 weeks at a time, the junior and senior level maturity also comes into play when you're a guest in someone's house, but you're also working with them and alongside them for a couple weeks. Most of my interns have stayed in the state of Montana when they graduated and have gone to work for NRCS as range technicians, BLM as soil scientists. We have several of them that actually came back and went to work for DNRC, both in our trust lands division as land use specialists or in our water division. So we're seeing the fruits of our labors stay in our state and immerse themselves into the workforce within the state. And that's the high points. I apologize, I didn't have a fancy PowerPoint presentation. I figured at this juncture of the summit that you probably were okay with that. So that's all I had.
Stacy, thank you so much. Look forward to learning more from you. We're so glad you could join us today. So Stacy will stay with us up here on the screen, and let's go ahead and transition and have the rest of our panelists come on up and join us up here. And while they come on up, I'm going to introduce each one of them. We have Brian Endress, Assistant Director of Eastern Oregon Ag Research Center Union Experiment Station right here in LeGrand. Matt McGilligan, former Oregon Cattlemen's President representing the Young Cattlemen's Leadership Program. Eric Johnson, recently retired Wallowa Whitman National Forest Rangeland Specialist, and Jacob Losby, Wallowa Resources Workforce Pathways Coordinator. So we've got a great and diverse panel. All right, with these examples at hand and these trainings in mind, we'll move into a broader discussion with the panel to explore how apprenticeships, internships, university partnerships, and community-based training can build practical, durable pathways into rangeland stewardship careers. So we've kind of, I have you just, since I kind of announced everybody as they were coming up, we'll start with a question for each one of you. I would love for you to just say your name again, your role, and one word describing what the next generation of rangeland stewards needs most. So Brian, we'll go ahead and start with you.
Brian Mendes from Oregon State University. I guess the one word would be adaptable.
Ooh, good one. Okay, thank you.
Jacob Bosley from Wild Resources, and I think the one word I would say is exposure.
Matt McGilligan, rancher in Baker and Grant County, and past president of the Oregon Cattle Association, and Brian stole my word. But mine was adaptability, to be able to move, not get stuck in one spot or one thought or one idea. As times change, and in my lifetime, I've seen a lot of changes in this industry, and there will be more and more to come, and at a lot faster pace.
Yeah, I'm Eric Johnson, recently retired from Wallowa National Forest in Rangelands. Yeah, Brian picked my word also, but I'm going to add to that, say being adaptive, but also being persistent. And being open to new ideas. So, might be one word.
Okay.
All right.
There we go. That's better.
Yeah, Eric Johnson, recently retired Forest Service range manager on the Wallowa. Being adaptive as well as being persistent and being a good listener to what's happening around you. Trying to take the lead without having all of them.
Leah Ritchie from Kaviri Coalition. My word would be community. I think people are more likely to do hard things and get through hard things when they feel like they're part of a community.
Ooh, thank you. And we'll move up to Stacy. Oops, Stacy, I think you're muted.
Sure was. Stacey Barta. I am the state coordinator for the Rangeland Resources Program at DNRC in Montana, and I love going last. So most, I would say they need to be mentored. They just need to be mentored.
Yeah, those are great words of wisdom for sure. So thank you, everybody, for getting us started with that. Now let's move back to working on the ground. So Leah, question for you. You've built apprenticeship and mentorship training models. What problems were you trying to solve, and what makes your approach different from a traditional internship?
Yeah, so our program, as I mentioned, with the apprenticeship program, one goal is to help people get their foot in the door, recognizing that especially people who don't grow up in ranching or farming communities, who don't have the relationships and connections, you can't just go to school and come out of university and expect to get a job in ranching, that you have to have a chance to get experience, and someone has to give you that chance. And so having a program that can give people that opportunity, help them build the relationships, and then over the course of a full season, apprentices get to experience a full season from start to end. They get to experience both the excitement and challenges of high stress days, and also the monotony of fixing fence day after day, and to really get to experience the rhythm of a full season of work in agriculture versus approaching learning from a more academic standpoint. I think another thing that we try to teach in our program as well is getting away from perfectionism, and especially folks who are interested in regenerative agriculture and the idea that there's a perfect way to do it, of helping apprentices get exposed to the fact that there's no one who's doing perfect management, and range managers are constantly having to make challenging decisions with the information that they have, with the resources they're constrained by.
And that there's not one way to do things perfectly.
Yeah, thank you, Leah. That was very insightful. And I think, yeah, what a unique opportunity to have that hands-on opportunity to meet with people, be on the land, learn from folks that have been doing it for a long time, which also takes a lot of patience. As we know, many of you in this room have spent years and years on the landscape learning from it, and every year is a little bit different. Seasons come and seasons go. And so it's great to have that experience for long-term for that 10-month internship. So to follow that up, what makes an internship successful for a rancher and for an apprentice? And what does it take beyond technical training to keep new ranchers and agrarians engaged in this work?
So one of the things that we really focus on is the hiring process for our mentors. So we provide a lot of support. We create a common application that applicants to our program fill out. We work with mentors to help screen applicants. We help set up interviews. But our mentors, they're actually the ones who make the hiring decision and decide who they're going to hire. Because again, in our program, when it's a full season and the apprentice is helping to meet a labor need, we don't want to just put any random person in the apprenticeship spot. It has to be a good pairing for both the apprentice and the mentor. We work with the mentors to really figure out what it is that they have to offer and what do they need. Are they open to hiring someone who is a really enthusiastic learner but has never been around livestock before? Or do they need someone who can ride a horse in really rough terrain and not get injured? So we put a lot of effort in on the front end to ensure a good match between the apprentice and the mentor. Can you say the second part of the question again?
Sure. Just what makes your approach different from the traditional internship?
And then I think another piece that we really focus on is the relationship building, whether it's supporting peer relationships between apprentices in the program, supporting professional relationship development with mentors across our program, with other instructors that we bring in. And we're really seeking to build a community so that when people leave the program, they can go back to their mentor. They're still in touch with other graduates from the apprenticeship program, so that they're building, they're not just getting a training experience, but they're building a community of support that will sustain them into the future.
Yeah, thank you so much. I love the fact that the pairing of the apprentice and the host, and really having that interviewing opportunity to match the two so that it is a successful opportunity for both. And that support mechanism too, just building in that extra foundation there. All right, Stacy, we're going to shift to you. And my question to you is, through your ranch management internship efforts, what have you learned about preparing students for the reality of working lands?
That no two students are alike, and neither is their experience on the host ranch. Preparing them for it, mine is sort of a drinking from a fire hose where they're rotating across the state. So I try to prepare them that things are going to come fast and they're going to come hard, and change will come quickly. And then you'll move on to the next place, and that will happen all over again. What I try most to stress with the interns and the students is that in the end, it's the relationships you build with those host ranches. That's the takeaway message I want them to take. You can learn how to fix a fence 6 different ways, 6 different operations, but at the end of the day, you really have to know how important those relationships are. And I think that carries forward regardless of whether they stay in natural resources and agriculture or if they go on to run a daycare. I really focus on the relationship aspect of it and use that opportunity with those host ranches rotating to really learn how to build relationships and how important those are moving forward.
Yeah, that's such a great point. And I think something that even if we've, gone to school, whatever our experiences are, we're never coached enough on the fact that It is all about relationships and building, community and communication. I think we all communicate in land management far more than we ever thought we would across, private, public, tribal lands. And so such a great point. All right. And my second question for you is, what feedback do you hear most often from ranchers who host apprentices?
That it was life-changing. Honestly, that is what I hear the most. And I have repeat host ranches. So I have a collective of every year I get a new one that'll rotate in, but I have people that have been doing it since 2018 and will continue to do it as long as they're able. For them, it's the relationship they build with the interns. And some of these, sometimes they hit it off, sometimes they go along to get along, but usually there's one a summer that just makes a connection with a host ranch that carries on far beyond that and carries on to their future, and it helps them get jobs and get through life, those host ranch relationships with the interns that just endeavor far beyond the ranch stay.
Thank you so much. A lot of growing that happens between the university and actually being out on the ground and then on to your career opportunities. So we've heard now how apprenticeships and internship models can build practical experience, but those experiences don't exist in isolation. Universities are preparing students academically, and agencies are hiring them into complex systems. So where is the bridge strong, and where does it still need reinforcement? We're going to shift now to Brian from Oregon State University. And Brian, my question for you is, what are you seeing from students interested in rangeland science today?
I think there's a lot of interest, I would say, from the student level for rangeland science, natural resources, working in this space. I think that interest is maybe coming from populations that may be a surprise to some in the room, but Leah's already mentioned it. I mean, we see kind of two groups of a lot of growth in interest. One is what I would say ag or range adjacent, right? So they didn't grow up on a farm or ranch, but they were kind of around it. So they have some idea of what it's like and want to kind of lean into that. And the other group, which is probably the largest, is people with very little direct experience in range, but are drawn to the landscapes, a sense of community in these spaces, and want to learn more. So I was thinking about Chad in the introduction. He had this really great history on his kids are like the 6th generation rancher, and that narrative is tremendous. And the reality is that's the exception, not the rule, in our students and the next generation of folks who are going to be out here. So that's awesome and it's tremendous. We also need to understand we're going to have to do things a little bit different because we do have a lot of interest, but we need to teach and change how we bring these folks into the space. In some cases, right, we as a community at the university or we have to be willing to be open and really to welcome people into this space and help share what we know with them, because they have very different backgrounds. You can have people from Southern California, Portland, Boise, all these places where you couldn't even envision maybe someone who's really interested in range. They have the interest, and that's something that is hard to find now. And so we have to think about how we can work with folks coming with a little bit of a different perspective and background and skill set. Number one, and number two, there's certain basic things that we need to think about, right? They may not know the difference between an open cow and a steer, and maybe have never fixed fence or driven a tractor. Those are all things that can be learned, right? But they also have that passion. And so there's this kind of mismatch or this match that we need to figure out is how can we be open and teach things so we can provide those opportunities for those students who want to work in this space. So that's kind of some of the things that we're seeing kind of at the university level. And I think in the reality, I think the land and the communities need those folks, right? How many people, what percentage of the US population kind of gets their direct livelihood from ag and natural resources, right? It's really low. What percentage of kids from those backgrounds go into those, are able to continue in that livelihood? It's pretty low, right? So if we focus all of our mentoring and recruitment on that group, we don't have enough people. right? So we have to also be prepared to again, be inclusive and welcoming of folks who again, may not have grown up in Pilot Rock or Enterprise or Joseph or wherever, because they do have the passion, right? You can't teach passion. So that's kind of the things that we're starting to see a little bit on the university side. So yeah, I think that's kind of the direction that we're heading towards. And I think that's not just Northeast Oregon. I could say, you know, for the Society for Range Management, we get together every year and talk about range science education. This is every university in the West. It's the same thing, right? So we now need to figure out how we can meet the needs of this next generation and kind of cultivate them to work in the space because they want to.
That was a great framing, Brian. It makes me think of, you know, some people that I know in this room that, you know, have, it's kind of that urban rural divide. And you think about the opportunities we need to be providing for young people, because you're absolutely right. It's changing the percentages of young people that grew up in ranching families and know that is small. And so we need range managers, we need producers, moving forward. And so we've really got to be thoughtful in that process. And I think there is that passion when it goes back to that calling. It isn't just us being called from growing up on a ranch. It's those that are being called from some of the urban areas to land management as well. So thanks for framing it the way you did. So follow-up question for you, Brian. How does your rangeland and agricultural sciences programs prepare students for work in rural communities like those here in Northeastern Oregon? And what kinds of partnerships or field experiences are most impactful?
That's a great question. I think it's all about providing hands-on experience and learning and hearing from people who are not just the academic professor, right? Getting folks out on the ground. So here we really tried to pivot and focus more on experiential learning. So for example, we have, for like range monitoring, we spend a week out. It's great. Jeff Fields and Zumal Parade Preserve up in Wallowa County. Bring our class of 20 students. They host us for a week, and they get to spend time out on the range. They get to meet with different professionals, you know, natural resource professionals and producers, so they can kind of learn on the ground. So that's one example. Trace Martin, my colleague, she sends students down to Science in the Sagebrush, which is something that Chad Boyd and ARS and the folks down at Burns provide this opportunity to spend 3-4 days out in the field. And then we work with a lot of folks in this room and others, whether those are producers, tribes, niche conservancy, Wallowa resources, trying to find summer opportunities where these students can spend the whole summer kind of seeing real world. I always think about it as like, you know, how the sausage is made, right? You got to see how this actually works out in the field. And so the more opportunities that we can provide for these students, again, because they may not have the background that we may expect, is really invaluable. And so, you know, from that standpoint, I was like, we have plenty of students with interest. I always hear from either producers or agencies. They would love to have more students involved. We have a unrealized kind of opportunity that we just haven't really taken as full advantage of as we can. But then the logistics come down to housing, pay, all the things that Lee actually mentioned for that and for her program as well. Those are kind of the challenges, but I think collectively, I think we can even do better than we are now. But I think those partnerships are really important for students.
Thanks, Brian. Yeah, I think just thinking off of that, you know, just like you said, who's available, what opportunities are in your communities that we can provide for students or working directly with the universities. So anything we can do to assist with getting folks out on the ground. All right, we're going to shift to Eric. And Eric, thinking now from an agency perspective, what experiences when you're hiring, what experiences or qualities make a candidate really stand out in the range field or in general in natural resources?
Yeah, you know, we hire a lot of folks for a variety of natural resources positions on the Wallowa. And, you know, ideally when we have an opportunity to fill a lot of positions, we'll be able to pick and choose a number of prospective employees and place them in the right positions based on their training and their interest. And give them an opportunity to have a good experience with a variety of responsibilities over the course of the summer. That's for our summer seasonal hiring process, where a lot of our early, interested employees come from. They come from the university setting where they're either an in-process student or a recent graduate, and they're looking for their next step beyond their school experience, and they're into a career path that they're interested in managing public lands and all those challenges that go along with it. But really what the standouts really have a little wider background and experiences as far as different resource areas. Oftentimes you get a student who might have real stellar credentials in one field, but we're not all just managing one part of the resource on a piece of land. We're looking at all parts of that. So folks that have a broad range of experiences stand up a little bit. Good communication, how they present themselves in interviews, so training for students coming out of university setting to perform well in an interview, and then being able to articulate their experiences and their desires and things that they're looking for in the path forward. Sometimes you start out on the bottom rung, as a GS4 range technician, and a lot more monitoring and fixing some fence and counting cows out, but that builds experience as well as perspective on a landscape that is diverse and has a lot of different parts and challenges that you'll be able to pick those pieces to get up and put them together for the next position that you're going to be looking at. But I think most of all, we're looking for folks who have that passion and have that interest in being part of a program that looking at good conservation, looking at being innovative, having a voice that they can bring to the table and explain what they're seeing and work with folks and be good listeners. There's nothing better than having an opportunity to learn from a good mentor, and having that experience that is required of an engineer to be used for your toolbox and moving forward. I have great opportunities to learn a variety of different mentors over my career, and be dedicated for all of it. So those are some of the things we look at.
Yeah, thanks, Eric. I know at Wallowa Resources, we've been going through hiring, getting ready to hire our field crews. I think we've been through probably 15 interviews recently. And just as you're saying, kind of that standout for us has been, I see some of these students have been really strategic in thinking about, each summer spending time in either a different resource field, whether it's integrated weed management or range management, fisheries, but they're dabbling in several different natural resource careers that's going to bring more of that holistic knowledge to the table when they do get those jobs, and they definitely stand out among these applicants. So a follow-up question for you. What are young professionals often unprepared for, what are young professionals often unprepared for when they step into public land management roles? Are there anything that stands out?
A lot. Technical skills you learned in a university setting do not set you up for the diverse interests that are out there for public land management. It's for fisheries, DSA, law, hydrology, restorative application of beavers on the landscape or stream restoration, finding different ways to integrate, new technologies like virtual fence into pasture management, all these things that, you'll hear about, but you don't really have that hands-on experience for. And those are the things that I think people coming in their eyes kind of bolt in and think that they're going to be into a process-based management program, but it's a very dynamic and adaptive and an ever-changing process. We have policy and law that we have to follow, but a lot of it's built, into the framework, but it leaves a lot of room for adaptive management within the program if you've got board leaders that are willing to take a little bit of risk and make decisions that are beneficial on the landscape and for folks that use the lands.
Oh, thanks, Eric. Appreciate that. All right, we've now talked about training models, education, and agency needs. Now we're going to zoom out a little bit. If we look at the full pathway from early exposure to education to employment and to retention, where are we losing people, and what would a truly coordinated system look like? So we're going to go to Jacob Losby with Wallowa Resources, who is our Workforce Pathways Coordinator, to talk a little bit about his experiences and what he's learning.
Yeah, I think, I work under our youth education program, so I think a lot of people today have talked a lot about the kind of young adult, college age and beyond. And I really work a lot more in the K-12 age range, and I think there's real opportunity that's being missed in that age group around this work. And a lot of the conversations I have revolve around youth engagement and getting kids interested in these sorts of fields, whether they're, natural resources, ag, that sort of stuff. And I think there's real opportunity, and something that's being missed is with career connected learning. They're learning a lot of skills. We have really robust FFA programs here in the region, but as I talk to students about their experience in FFA, I get the sense that they view it more as an academic exercise and kind of see it as a resume builder to get to college rather than connecting that to what they could potentially do as a career. So I think there's real room there, and that comes with just exposure. Is if they do have any kind of understanding of resource management careers, they're usually fairly superficial and limited to just broad categories, and they don't know the diversity of career opportunities there are. Within just forestry, there's many things. Within rangeland management, there's many things, etc. So I think exposing them to what opportunities exist is a really big opportunity and a key piece that's kind of missing. And I guess to that end, let me do a shameless plug for a thing I made. I spent the better part of the last 6 months putting together this pathways document. Done a lot of research and interviews with professionals in different resource fields, just to try to pull back the veil a little bit for students, and just show them, like, if you want to get your foot in the door, here's some opportunities, and then kind of breaking down the tiers of from the technician level all the way to the management level, and what kind of experience you need, what kind of education you might need, and then where those educational opportunities are once they move on. So I think that's kind of a lot of what I'm working on and talking about. And then another huge piece of it is been talked about to death today, but it's around mentorship and just really being able to meet students where they are in their experience and their background and where they come from, and taking the time and having the patience to allow them to catch up, and not expecting them to show up day one knowing how to do it.
Yeah, thanks, Jacob. This is a really special program called the HAWK program, and then this pathways document that Jacob's created. So thinking about lots of different workforce mechanisms, but Wallowa Resources, Wallowa Mountains Institute program starts kids learning, place-based learning, loving and learning to care for the place they live. That builds on their skills through the years, offers a high school internship opportunity, a paid opportunity with college credits. And then Jacob's, now building these pathways for them to think beyond that. We're starting to see this come back with some students that have now gone all the way through the programs, are actually getting jobs in wildfire management or range management. And that's kind of exciting to see. All right, Matt, we're going to shift to you and talk a little bit about leadership and development. So first question is, how important are leadership programs such as the Young Cattlemen's Leadership Program in preparing emerging producers for leadership roles in ranching and stewardship?
Well, thank you for the question. And as I took over leadership at Oregon Cattlemen's Association a little over 2 years ago, and I looked out amongst the room, and there's people like Jim's age and my age. And
You mean really old.
And I was the youngest guy there. But it was a room full of people that were my age and older. And in agriculture, as Brian said, there's not very many young people coming into agriculture. And agriculture is a very, very small segment of all of our professions here. We have 1% of our population base really tied to agriculture. You know, and my generation is a great example, because when I was in high school, we were told, go to college, get a degree, get a job. I have 36 first cousins and 7 brothers and sisters. So out of that large pool, there's only 6 of us in agriculture. And that's pretty typical. Maybe that's even a bigger percentage than most, is that there's not very many of us that stayed in ag. We went out and got jobs, professional degree and professional jobs. So when I look out and go to cattlemen's meetings and look out in the room and there's not very many young people there, one of my main drivers was, how do we get younger people involved? And one thing to be involved in ranching and come back home and raise cattle and raise a family. Another, though, is advocacy for that industry. And that's totally different from ranching. You could be a rancher, and most of us are fairly remote, and we don't live in town, and we can get upset at the retailer or the feed store in town and say, I'm never coming back through your door ever again, and you never do. But when you advocate for your industry, you can't do that. You have to build relationships. Relationships are the key. And there's not an app for that. You have to be able to talk face to face, let people eye to eye and relate to them. You have to be able to know how to run a meeting professionally rather than just screaming at each other. You can go to migration association meetings if you want to scream at each other. But when you go to the legislature, you need to sit, you need to be patient, you need to make appointments, you need to take your time, you need to be on point consistent. So we put together a program to build young leaders within the industry, to advocate for the industry, to know how to run a meeting, to know how to lobby, to know how to put together a brief, and be professional, short, succinct, to the point. Because all we do at home, raising cattle, raising hay, marketing, doing the best we can with our genetics, can all be for naught if IP 28 passes. And animal agriculture is now illegal in Oregon. So we need to be down in Salem, and we need to be talking to all those people that know nothing about ag, and tell them why agriculture is important, why raising cattle. We're the #1 gross sales cash commodity in the state of Oregon is cattle and calves. But no one in Salem knows that unless we're there telling them. We're a very, very large economic driver in Oregon. Nobody in Salem knows that. Let's be telling them. So that's why we built the program, to take young folks and not talk about nutrition, not talk about plants, physiology, and soils, but to talk to them and train them how to talk to other people and how to get your point across, and how to advocate for your industry and keep that industry as viable as it is today for the next 10, 20, 30 years.
Yeah, what a great message. So important. Really appreciate all the points that you made there. And I think about, even if you are back on the ranch, that the leadership skills are still so vital. At the state level, local level, we can make an impact. When I was in Lake County for 17 years, I think one of my favorite things to see there was on the SWCB board, the NRCS board, on the Watershed Council board. We were seeing generational families return. So we would start with Grandpa. I know when I was there on the Watershed Council board, I watched one family in particular go through 3 generations, and it was really exciting to see those young people come back. So as Grandpa turned, 90, then came on the next one, and it was just really fun then to see these guys taking that leadership role. So leadership is so important. Public speaking, another one. We don't always think we're going to pursue often in our careers and I think it's an important part of a lot of what we do. So thank you for all your points. One follow-up there is, what impacts have you seen these leadership programs have on participants thus far?
So this program is brand new. So we have 5 young people from throughout the state, all points of the state that are in it. As we just kicked it off in February and introduced the young folks when we did our meeting in Salem and introduced them there. So that's just started. One that I can relate to is through NCBA and Public Lands Council. Both of those that I've served on have internship programs. And I tried to mirror some of that stuff in the Oregon program with that. But these young people, what's really cool, number one, they're way smarter than us, but they're very, very energetic and excited. And to channel that energy is what's needed. Sometimes that's tough for me to do, particularly because, as my wife says, I'm very impatient. But just channeling that energy in the right direction, and to have then you instill in those young people the need for them. The industry does need them. The industry does want them, no matter what that facet is, and that they do stay in that industry. Another program I've been working on with the Forest Service is like I call it Rancher to Ranger program. For over 20 years, I've had a Forest Service permit and numerous range hunts. Some of them have no background experience in animal agriculture, but they have it written. They don't stay in. And we have a lot of ranch kids that can't go back to the ranch and they want to stay in ag. This is a great opportunity for them to start out as a tech and work their way up and through, and where the Forest Service will also help pay for, if they have an associate's, get their BS and work their way up in the system. Right now, they're at a hiring freeze, but I just talked to the range lead who's office in Missoula, but for 2 different regions. And he says they do this year, every forest now has some money allocated for young people to do summertime jobs. So any of y'all out there looking for summertime jobs, check out the Forest Service website and look for any openings within your area. So that's a start.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. That was great. All right, we need to start wrapping up here. I'm going to ask one question for each panelist, so we'll make this a little bit quick here. All right, looking forward. Let's go back to each panelist. We're going to ask the question, what gives you hope about the next generation of rangeland stewards? So if you can give me a quick response, what gives you hope?
Their motivation to do things that are meaningful for their communities.
That's a good one. All right, community. All right, Jacob.
You just alluded to it, but I think they have a lot of energy and passion, and if we can help them channel that, we get to move all right.
Thanks, Matt.
Never think you can't do something.
No roadblocks.
That leads to innovation.
Yeah, we're in a time of change and innovation, and I think that the technological advances that we're seeing with the ranch and public land management, I think there's a great interest bubble there for upcoming kids to develop themselves.
I think we're seeing a lot of young people who are going into it knowing that they have to be creative, they have to be adaptable, they have to use management practices that will help address climate instability. They need to be creative in how they're generating income. So I think just knowing people are going into it with the attitude that they have to be creative and adaptable, and they're ready for it.
Thanks, Leah. And Stacy, what gives you hope for the next generation?
I think their passion and their willingness to jump into something, both feet and learn and be involved in an industry that they've never been a part of. So,
right. Thank you all. This has been an outstanding panel. I just want to thank each of you. I'm hoping we have a couple minutes for maybe one or two questions. Okay.
Getting back to what Matt said about people coming into land management, et cetera, with zero background and nothing but a college degree. Does anybody here think that, I mean, if you're gonna be a teacher, you have to go through student teaching and yada, yada, yada. Does anybody here think that that should be a requirement if you're going to try to go into land management? Should that be a part of the educational program, just like it is with teaching? Before you can get that degree, you have to spend the time doing that job.
Yes. Yeah, another thing that in talking with people, it's kind of moving beyond. One of my colleagues, actually based here in Union County, Carrie Costello, she's an educator. She constantly talks about moving past the sit and get model of education and actually getting your hands dirty and getting the experience out on the ground. Because you can only learn so much from a book, and it doesn't mean anything until you put it into practice. And I'm a really big fan of the cooperative work experience model that a lot of community colleges and some universities have. Like Treasure Valley Community College, in order to get your associates in natural resource management, you have to have a certain number of hours actually out in the field, and that is a credited class. That's actually what our Hawk interns at Wallowa Resources, they get college credit for that because of what we offer for the program. But yeah, I totally think that should be a requirement.
Thanks, Jacob. Is there anybody else that wants to comment on that?
I'll throw in that, we used to have a de facto intern process with the Forest Service because we could direct hire students without going through the very onerous USA jobs process that we're stuck with these days. And, that pipeline is gone now. And so now, all students have to apply through a very competitive process. It's nationwide. And I can't tell you how many students from VOU who program in our office and got hands-on experience before the summit that we don't see anymore. And I think a lot of it's due to the process that we've got using now that doesn't allow for that direct engagement with the universities and bringing students on board to get that experience. So I'm all for that.
I'll just add that when our apprenticeship program started in the early years, it was really focused on people who want to become owner operators, ranch managers, like that's the goal. Now that it's grown, we have a lot more people who, do a couple of years working in production and they say, I'm not cut out for this. Like I want to go do something else, still adjacent to ag. And we consider that a success too. If someone does 2 years working in production and they say, I want to do something else, to have more people who have on the ground experience working directly with ranchers who then end up in agency positions or in other ag support positions, that's a success of our program.
Thanks, Leah. Do we have another question out here?
Another question. I'll start by saying that I'm a 66-year-old apprentice. Before entering the ranching world 4 years ago, when I started working for a virtual fence company, I worked for 15 years in Silicon Valley and another 15 years in the global titanium market. And one of the reasons I decided to jump into the ranching world through technology was I thought I had in mind that technology is not only, especially in the form of virtual fencing, which as we saw earlier today, has so many benefits for ranchers that want to improve their stewardship of the land. But I saw it also as a cultural bridge. Technology could form this cultural bridge between our more urban and suburban centered communities and our rural ranching communities. And I wanted to hear from you what your thoughts are and how technology can help in this effort.
that you guys have presented here, so.
Anybody want to tackle that?
Thanks, Nick, and that's a great question, and in reality, I think that's something that at least at the university we struggle with, because when we think about graduates going into this field, right, they need to drive a four-wheeler and know geospatial analysis, all those things that Chad just showed up. And there's a lot of different aspects, and one of the things that we've been talking about is that actually technology is a hook for a lot of students. Talk about drones and how pick your technology like gadget of interest. All of those do bring folks with interest in technology and then blending it with kind of ag and natural resources. And then it's a matter of figuring out within all of the within the logistics of universities how you blend that all together. 4 years seems like a really long time when you start adding up all the requirements a student needs to take. If they're going to be a range con, right, they have the four government series, so they got to check all these boxes. And some of those for government positions, GIS or virtual, that's not any part of like the OPM requirements. And so we're kind of in this weird space where it says sometimes even be qualified to take at least like say some certain government agency jobs. They won't even look at those skills, but we know as educators, they need to know and be savvy on the technology end too. So it's like, one, there's the hook to bring them in. And then how do we at a university try to provide all those opportunities so students can take advantage of it and then go into the real world with the tools they need to be successful.
All right, with one more, I think, Matt.
And I'm going to counter that. Because I think there's too much technology out there sometimes for these young folks are glued to their phones. And a good example is, as I said, my family they're not agricultural, I am. And I have a sister in Miami, and she sent me her 14-year-old twin boys for a couple summers. And their faces were like this most of the time. And one day I had to take away their technology because I couldn't get a hold of them. Because one was on a tractor, breaking hay, the other one was goofing around on four-wheeler. I couldn't find the boy on the four-wheeler, and he wouldn't answer his phone. Thought maybe he'd gone off and killed himself with some ravine. What had really happened, he was listening to music till his phone died. And then he shut the four-wheeler off until he get started, had to walk a couple miles. After I got done chewing his ass and telling him that phone was a communication device, not a radio, that was the only way that we were going to get a hold of him. And I didn't want to have to call his mother to tell him that he had died. I gave both those twin boys walkie-talkies. I said, if you feel the need to talk, I'm always here. If you want to listen to the radio, the tractor has a radio. Once they got disconnected from their phones, they were very attentive, and they thought walkie-talkie was the coolest thing around. So sometimes I think we're too tied to technology. I appreciate your virtual fencing stuff that you all do. And I do want to look into that even farther because I think that can help me a lot. But other times I think we're too tied to back to the personal relationships. Being able to look somebody eye to eye and talk to them, shake their hand, looking straight into the eye, and communicate. That's real communication for me. I'm old like you. I didn't grow up with cell phones. When I was a kid like you, the phone was in the kitchen, and if you were lucky, you had one of those long cords where you can kind of get away from everybody. But everybody heard whatever you were saying, particularly if you were in partying. So technology is good, but there are some aspects I think where it's okay. Let's pull some of that.
Oh, thanks for sharing. I wish we had more time for questions up here, but I guess, as we close, I want to bring us back to Northeastern Oregon. And in this region, working lands really are so special. Their family legacies, their wildlife corridors, their water resources, their local economies, and their community identity. If we don't invest intentionally in the next generation of rangeland stewards, we risk more than vacancies in agencies and ranch operations. We risk losing knowledge, relationships, and the adaptive capacity that rural communities depend on. But today's conversation shows us something important. The next generation of rangeland stewards isn't about a single program. It's about building relationships, just as they have said. It's trust, it's opportunities on working lands, it's strong communities that require opportunity, mentorship, and belonging. And belonging begins when young people can see themselves in this work and have a clear pathway to step into it. By connecting ranchers, students, communities, we can meet today's workforce needs while preparing tomorrow's range and land managers. This is how we grow the next generation. And I can't thank these panelists enough for the leading practical ways, getting people out on the ground and really thinking about this. So thank you so much. Let's give our panelists a round of applause.
So as they're getting off the stage, just want to thank everybody that got us the ideas and the survey for next year. It does help a lot when we get together and think about ideas for this event. Really relied on feedback I got from last year, which was a lot less than we got this year. So definitely gave us a lot of homework to go through and things to think about for next year. So with that, Dallas has our first, you have that ticket from launch. Just the last three numbers is 175. We have a winner. Perfect. I'll bring it on to you, Chris. Okay, thanks again, everybody. With that, I'll turn it over to Dallas.
Okay, thank you, Will. Well, we did it. We got to the end of the day. Avery, do you want to take this? And okay, thank you, everybody. Thank you for all the presenters. Thank you, participants, for sticking around all day. And thank you to the advisory group and Wallowa Resources who put this together. Can we give Wallowa Resources a big hand of applause? And Marcy, I want to make sure that I got this right, but this is was help funded by the Grazing Lands Conservation Initiative grant through NRCS. And so, you know, really grateful for that grant and the money to help convene and get this kick started off in Northeast Oregon. So we could do this anyway, but I want to do it the simplest way because I think it's the end of the day and I know people are anxious to get home. But I would love to hear some volunteers, some like your main takeaway, brief main takeaway from today. And if we don't have volunteers, then I will pick on people.
Okay, I mentioned this to one of the suppliers, and there's another lady who had the same idea. We were talking at the same time. But the ideal virtual fence would be a system that would allow us to put transfer whatever there. Anyway, the units on all our cattle, bulls and calves, as well as cows, and on wolves. So when the wolves get close to the cows, they get a big old shot.
That is not the first time I've heard that. I've heard that before. That is true. Okay, who else?
Earlier, something that really struck me from the film was AG's curiosity and humility around, you know, I grew up here and I'm still like fascinated by and learning new things every day and, you know, realizing like how much more there is to understand. And so I just really appreciate that. And whether it's, you know, understanding your land management, welcoming someone new as an apprentice and learning from them, welcoming different perspectives in. Like everyone who's here is here because they're invested in learning from the community, from one another. Just how important that mindset is to being open to what we don't know and what we can do better.
I just wanted to touch on something that you talked about with community and mental health. I know, like, the suicide rate in the ranching farming industry is like 1/3 higher or whatever. So just something really important that we all need to keep in mind, because that we're a pretty small community and we have a lot of, got to provide a lot of support to our ranchers and farmers.
I just appreciated how many times today I heard discussion of relationship and the importance of relationship, connecting with one another in so many aspects of the way the state works.
You stood up. Okay, yeah, over here, Avery.
Thanks. I'm just really impressed by the apprenticeship interest, as our future is in these young people here, and it also lies in the mentors that are going to help these young people, and I think that's where the root of all this lies, and I really appreciate the interest and the gosh, where that's going. I see that really picking up, so it's really important. Thank you.
I want 2 more. Nobody volunteered. I'm gonna pick on somebody.
I really liked what AG said too about getting your hands dirty. I think a lot of us could use more dirt under our fingernails to really learn about what we're standing on and what really takes us to the ground. And it just is a very grounding place to be. And I encourage all of you to leave here and go get some dirt under your fingernails.
I think it's thought enough we can all do that. Okay, 1 more. Who's gonna close us out? High stakes. Real high stakes. Yes.
I'm not from Northeast Oregon. I'm not from Oregon at all, and I'm coming out here from the Dalles, Wasco County, but it's been nice. It's well been worth the drive to come out here, and I've learned a whole lot. I'm an agency person. I'm a young person. I'm not from a ranching background. I grew up in Boston. So this is all very new. I fit kind of the demographic of, I think, the targeting of some of the programs for fellowships or for apprenticeships. I got into this through my university down in Tucson, and yeah, kind of what Brian was touching on, what other folks were touching on about getting young people into range management and into this community, this industry. It's cool to see all of the new technology that's coming out, how it's working for people. Showing up to things like this is fantastic to just hear all the different perspectives on what's going on. It's good as a young person like me who's new to this to hear what everyone's thoughts are, what the issues are. And as other people have touched on, it's nice to get your hands actually dirty on the ground, and relationships are everything. And it's just always inspiring to see that from everyone that comes to these sorts of things. This is what keeps the community together for range. It's just my favorite thing. It's the reason I'm still part of all this. So
that was
this stuff going.
It's like we had planned that. Like you couldn't have ended that better. That was fantastic. Thank you for sharing. I just want to close and say, you know, as somebody who is local and knows a lot of faces in the audience with a lot of different aspects of my life and work, I always just love seeing everybody get in a room together and talk and share stories and experience and all of that. And I think that that's what we're really trying to get through this summit is just community, relationships, what we're talking about. Let's put the phones away. Let's talk to each other face to face and let's make connections and get work done and get our hands dirty together. So just really thank you all for showing up and for being here. Again, if you didn't get what you want for next year's Rangeland Summit, please
see Brogan, raise your hand. I think we have a survey link for feedback on today. Please fill that out. It honestly does really help, us plan these and make them for you. This isn't for us, this is for you all, so help us do that. And then I think, I would just encourage, I know there's some out of town folks, if people are sticking around tonight, I don't think anything's formally planned, but maybe if you wanna get together with some people, stick around, try to huddle up and go grab a bite to eat or something at side A, or, have some fun here while you're here. Law resources, anything else I need to? Okay, thank you all so much, have a great evening.